Okay, so here is a map, the Typus Orbis Terrarum, probably around the 1600s or so. And with this one, apart from the bottom, look at this landmass that they've drawn here, where we're told it's just, a little circular Antarctica now. But we're looking at the north, and look at the north here, the whole top of this globe, they've drawn it as a globe, the whole top is land. And you can see it's pretty much 4 land masses. You can see these rivers here dividing into 4. So 4 land masses at the top, at the North Pole. Terra, Sept, this means land. Terra is land, Sept is north, M Trianalis, incognito is hidden, and Trianalis, I'm not sure what that means. But basically the hidden land of the north. So there you go. Now here we have an image. This is taken from a book. And you can see this is the North Pole. Now, if we get in here, you'll see what we have here is 1, 2, 3, 4 land masses at the North Pole and a big rock in the middle, which we're told, right, the magnetic rock. But yeah, basically showing us 4 land masses at the North Pole with a rock in the middle and 4 rivers heading out. Okay, now what are we told about the creation story, right? 4 rivers, okay, heading out. And of course, they try and tell us that that's all set in the Middle East, but was it really? Was Eden maybe somewhere further north than we're told, in a different area? Did we come from somewhere different than we're told? And here we have another map. This is poles of the Arctic, hemispheres, no date, but an older one than the last one we looked at. And again, this is the north, this is the south, Antarctica. I mean, look how big they've drawn Antarctica, terra incognito. And up at the north, we've got Greenland here, got this other island, and of course the 4 land masses, and in the middle a rock. And in this map, and you don't see this very often, and by the way, Tartaria, all right, it's joined to Asia. This is Russia. Okay, so this is Russia. This is where the last, remnants, the last stronghold of the Tartarian Empire was, which was really the last sort of stronghold of the old world civilization that was high tech, right? Free energy, all this stuff. And look at this, that area connected to Hyperborea in this old map. So we've got all these stories of people coming in, people coming from the north, the tall whites and all these other places, and people going to the north and finding mystical lands. Is this how it was done? And we lost our bridge. Was that the Rainbow Bridge, right? Here's another old map. And this one, you can see up the top, it's kind of starting to disappear. Someone's drawn a bit of Greenland by the looks of it, and they've sort of gone around. There's a few lines here, but they haven't drawn it. So this is what you see in maps as well, is lands start to disappear. And the island of Frisland, we'll see up here in a lot of maps. It sort of appears and disappears randomly until it just vanishes. Now here we have another map. This is an interesting one. We've got the winds blowing. I've got the north up here, and there is sea. Sea, it looks like the glacial sea, but this is, Europe, and they've got this extra bit of water up here. So what are they trying to show us here? Glacial waters, and up here they've got Ginchino. So they're showing extra things up at the north as well. Here's another map. Of course, all of these, that looks kind of similar, but this is just to show you how many maps we're drawing Hyperborea up here and extra islands. So Greenland here, Hyperborea, and this one doesn't seem to have Frisia. Got this one, Groenland or whatever it's called. Oh no, that could be Frisia there. Frisia, oh sorry, there you go. Frisland, sorry, Frisland. It then turns into Frisia and then into Friesland, I think, which is part of the mainland in Scandinavia and Iceland there. And it's an interesting thing, isn't it, that, they tell us, like Greenland is covered in ice. Why is it called Greenland? Here's another one. 1, 2, 3, 4. They've always got 4 up here, right? 4 land masses. So that they are actually, confirming by, all the maps are similar. They're all showing the same thing. Here's another one. And again, and they're saying Terra, so land of the north hidden land of the north, right? Even look at this, American Terra, there's even hidden parts of North America up there, but definitely 4 land masses and one huge one down here on the bottom. Again, hidden Australia, hidden land down under, and up here, land masses, kind of hidden it a bit this time, but they're there. Another one. This is sort of, we can only see 2 here, but there's definitely land up the north there. Now, this is an interesting map. I'm not sure why it's drawn in this fashion, but it does show here Terra Septrimo Incognita, the land of the north hidden. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4 land masses. And again, we have Frisland, Iceland, and this extra island here as well. Now, this is an old, what's this? Description map. We've got the Americas here, Asia, and what do we have in the middle but a big chunk of land? And again, this is another one where it's connected down to Asia, down to Russia. So is there land up here that we've been cut off from, and at one point we were able to connect, but that got cut, and that's why we're no longer allowed up here, right? What do you think? Because all of these maps are showing the same thing, all of them showing land at the north, and there's just so many of them. Here's another one. 1, 2, 3, 4 continents. Greenland, right? Looking different to what it does today. This extra island up here, and then we'll have Iceland, and down here is Frisland. And of course, they use when you go back, the language changes. They use F's for S's. When you get back to sort of the 1600s, another one in color, same thing. Now this is just the other end, right? This is Australia. And look at this. Well, Antarctica, they're calling it, Terra Australis, hidden land down under. But different to what we're told today, right? And South America's almost touching. Another one, 4 land masses. Hyperborea, they're calling it Hyperborea yet, not sure. 1550, is that what that says? All the seas up there, Greenland, Iceland again. And again, we have this connection down into what would have been Tartaria. There you go, right there, Tartaria. I think we've seen this one, but yeah, another one. Just showing lots of land up there. So, the story we're told, and they go so far out of their way, don't they, to make us believe there's nothing there, apart from, polar bears sitting on ice blocks, apparently. But all these old maps, they all show the land. And of course, in Google Earth, if you go and have a look at the north, it's so fake looking. It's just so clearly been, tampered with. And it's because they're hiding something. I mean, why else would they do it, right? you said that they told you should leave flat Earth. Now, how do you leave flat Earth? Space doesn't exist.
I think you just go south. You go south.
Just go south? All right, away from the center?
Yeah.
So let me share my screen. So what do we think is south?
I saw, while you're looking for that, I was watching a show yesterday, and it was not on a flat earth thing, and the guy behind him had a nice metal giant compass, like 4 feet wide, where it had the northeast, west, south, and it had the star in the middle. Just nice carved, piece of art. I want to find somebody that will make those with south, 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 south.
Yeah,
and then
nice.
east and west and north in the middle. The exact same thing, but a real compass.
A real compass, yeah.
I would hang that on my wall. That was such a great piece of artwork. So if anybody knows anybody that does welding, that's an artist, that wants to do these, I will feature them on the app, and you'll sell a whole bunch. You should make one like a foot wide and 3 feet wide. Okay, make 2 sizes. It'll be amazing.
That's a great idea. I mean, because a lot of people don't realize that, a compass only points south because that's the opposite to north, where it's actually pointing.
Yeah.
South, there's no south magnetic pole. It's not like it's pointing to north and south. It's just pointing north, isn't it?
Right. And you can't point west, because when you point west or east, you're pointing south.
Exactly. Yeah.
And people are like, what? I don't get it. I don't get it.
It's because we've been shown maps like this. Can you see this, Dave?
Yeah.
So we get all these maps, right? And they are, they show us this. And this is why people can't, get that concept right of circles, because we're given these weird maps that are all, splayed out. But what they all have is down the bottom here, right? We have all this land. Here's another one, heaps of land. And then we get to things like this. So you've seen this map, obviously.
Yep.
This is Monty's 10-foot planosphere, 1587. And we've got all this land around the outside. And so you're probably the one who's introduced the word of extraterrestrial most. And that, obviously means territory, right? Extra land. And an alien is someone who's from another land. And we're told we have all these aliens and extraterrestrials. So where are aliens and extraterrestrials coming from, do we think? This is obviously south.
From the outer space. Let me ask you a question on that map. Australia. Where's Australia? Australia is...
Australia on this map is... Let me zoom in. It is this. See up the top here?
So that map would... Is there more water south of Australia there? Is that water I'm seeing in that flowered out area? That's water, right?
Yep, because this is an island.
Okay. So somebody could go around the south side of Australia on a boat.
Yep. Okay. Through here and here. Yep.
Fascinating. Wait, why we're here, why we're on Australia and the south aspect, what's up with those dingo fences?
You always ask about the dingo fences.
Have you ever seen them? I was doing some research, and they say that they're literally maintained and guarded actively.
Yeah. Apparently they are. Rangers who, I think they just have shotguns, but they go up and down them. I'm not sure what they're guarded from, but we've got the dingo fence and we've got the rabbit fence, and they're both just like wire farm fences, sort of 5 foot high, that apparently go, for thousands of kilometers. So I haven't even looked into that, because that could be just, a story, right? I mean, I was listening to Benjamin the other day, and he was talking. Someone's released a T-shirt called with Helen Keller Denier written on it.
Oh my God, I love it. I need to get one.
Isn't it, right? Like the whole Helen Keller thing. It's like we've all grown up, and of course we just think, oh, of course, that's a great, she was such a great human, look what she did. But when you stop and think about it, you think, what? How could she speak when she couldn't hear?
I always wondered that as a kid, but I was just too afraid to ask.
Well, you would, and but that's they sort of make us think that we're stupid to ask questions, don't they?
Yeah.
Don't do that. Come on, don't you understand? Or don't she was a great woman. Don't be so racist or whatever. Don't be so prejudiced. How dare you?
I heard she had great conversations with Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's exactly right. I mean, maybe that's another T-shirt for you, right? Stephen Hawking denier. I think that could be the second T-shirt.
That's a great idea. A whole series of shirts.
A whole series of denier. Right? All right. So here's some more maps, and these are just all showing land. But this is the one, right? So you've seen this.
Yeah, that one. That goes with the book, The Navigator Who Crossed the Ice Wall.
The ice wall. Yep.
Yeah. Did you read it? It's good. It's a short book.
Yeah.
And I think it has some great concepts in there. And here's the thing. People freak out about this map. It's just a cartoon, whatever. This map is scientifically possible. Outer space is scientifically impossible. We want the right to go explore the outer lands, right?
Exactly. Yep. And then the first thing is you can't have a vacuum next to a pressurized system. But in a map like this, where these are all enclosed pressurized systems on a plane, this is actually scientifically, possible. Like Dave said, where flying through a vacuum and all this kind of stuff isn't, like flaming balls burning in an atmosphere with no oxygen. How does that go?
And what if there was like a superdome over the whole thing?
Over the whole thing.
Possible. So
it is.
So
to anyone watching, it's not like someone's gone out and said, yeah, this is a real map. This is has been made from a story. It's just an like how do I explain? Like an imagination, just to sort of show the concept.
So the definition of planet.
Yep.
The definition of planet is a small piece of the plane, a planete, a planete. Yep. So we live in, let's say we live in that one of those center circles, and then all those other worlds are planetes around us, little pieces of the plane. Now think about this, extraterrestrials coming from the closest star, absolutely impossible. Okay. It's 25 trillion miles away. Okay. The distance is something your mind can't even fathom. Okay. Traveling at 100,000 miles an hour, which you can't even fathom. Right. It would take you 28,000 years to get to the closest star. And the other ones are magnitudes and magnitudes farther, just like ridiculous numbers farther. It's not even funny. But these are just 10, 20, 30, 50,000 miles away, 100,000 miles away. Nothing. Right.
Yeah.
And,
exactly.
I'm not claiming this to be true or nothing. What would be the easiest way to travel between these planetes?
I would think it would be an airship.
I think a tunnel.
Oh, that's right. You do think a tunnel. That's right. You did mention
that.
Well,
you don't have any weather conditions. The tracks are laid. You got train tracks, right? And there's nothing. You have no weather. You have no issues. You have nothing. The temperature's the same. And you can whiz, just like in Disneyland, they have all the theme parks are connected with underground tunnels, and nobody sees how they get resupplied, how they get restocked.
Nah. Have you seen that channel, Gog, the unspeakable channel? What's it, Gog's Vidal? The Crater Earth Man.
I probably have come across it.
Gog's but he relates his model. His is based on the moon and a crater in the moon, kind of like the moon map, but a bit different. But he bases his on the Disney World theme park, and sort of shows that the world set out, or that Disney's set out like the world. And yeah, it's kind of interesting. But the moon map's another one. But yeah, back to this.
In Australia, you have that the map of the world is in Darling Park. Is it in Darling Park? Is that where it is? Yeah, I was in Darling Park for 3 weeks and never, before I was a flat earther. And I think I saw that. I think I did, but I don't remember. I might not have. Yeah. I might just be like seeing it now. It's like, I wish I had known when I was there that was the thing.
Yeah, it's there. And another one I've got here somewhere is, have you seen this shot? You've seen this,
yeah? That's great.
This is shot. JFK on Air Force One back in the 60s. And this is the map on the wall. And obviously, apart from it being flat, what I find interesting is this is Australia.
All right, I have something to say about this. What if the ice wall doesn't go all the way around? Okay, look at it right now. You want to go to Antarctica on one of the cruises. You go from Santiago to that little tip right there. You can't even see the rest of that island that you're showing right here. Let's just call that an island, right? You would never know that there's an opening bigger than half of the world, right? And so the places where we have bases, those might be just 2 or 3 islands, around, and then the rest is open. Like,
how would we know? We're not allowed to go there.
Right. What if it was open and you can go literally to the next pond, the next world where it has its own sun circling?
Yeah.
And maybe it's way closer than we realize. Maybe it's only 5,000 miles away, 10,000 miles away, right? If you zoom in, they're pretty darn close, and maybe those are open water connections.
And this is Earth in this one, and this is another picture. I mean, you can this one, a couple of them have got rings, but we get this, on a lot of the maps, the rings, which is kind of like the rings of Atlantis, like that. See how there's the rings.
Airships are another great way.
Airships.
Let me finish my last, just a concept. Dave speaking here, not saying any of this is true. And I'm fascinated with the orphan trains. And David Avocado Wolf talks about how the Earth has an immune system, how this whole place is set up way beyond what we can imagine, and it restocks itself. It restocks itself whenever needed. He doesn't believe that extinction exists, right?
Nice.
And so after a reset, what do we need? Well, we need children. What if the outer lands, the outer ponds of maybe higher aware people, spiritually higher, whatever, they're asked to bring forth souls and send them in. They gather up all of these young children and they send them in on trains, and they go into Penn Station, okay? Whatever. I'm fascinated. Like, I'm near New York City. There's all of these tunnels, train tunnels that they don't use. Like, wait a minute. When did they build these tunnels? 100 years ago? And now they're not using them?
Yeah. And now we know that there's, cyclical resets, and that, the deletes tend, they know they're coming, so they tend to run away. And now we know about all the, underground stuff happening, and all the links to young ones and that. So, I mean, this is the thing, right? And then, of course, the orphan trains, right? They're on trains as well. This could be part of, get off the underground train, jump on Puffing Billy, and off you go. And this is the thing, because that's, when we look into this topic, that, there was definitely resets. We see it. Populations were scrubbed out, and they were replaced with children, to the point where we then see the children are the workers. They're in the factories, little kids, and they can't even reach the machines. And then they're the first sort of, generation. And then we all come from them, basically. So we're all descendants of orphan children, probably. Who knows?
It's mind-blowing. It's a lot to think about. I grew up on watching The Little Rascals. The Little Rascals?
Yeah.
They're all like orphans. It's all about orphans. I gotta rewatch the entire series now. That's gonna take me forever.
Yeah,
but
well, that's
it's
the
like
thing. Anything 1880s to the sort of 1920s, all orphans. Like Oliver Twist and Anne of Green Gables, and just like it's just orphans. Tom Sawyer, all this, orphans. It's awful.
What is it?
Don't know, right?
Like all of the let's go back to my concept of, hey, we live in these outer worlds, we're more advanced spiritually, and they're like, hey, bring forward, couples bring forward some souls, and then you have your baby, and then you have to give up your baby. Well, what if they look at it differently? Oh my God, I'm sending my baby in for this experience into this theme park we call Earth, and they're gonna have this, their soul is gonna have this amazing experience, which we're all having. This is just an amazing experience. And then maybe, you being the higher resonating angelic mind, get to watch your soul grow. Maybe you get to experience it. Maybe telepathically, you get to experience the challenges and the successes and all of the experiences that we're having here in the center. I mean, to me, that sounds amazing. That sounds like, like we're not here
Yeah, it's almost like simulation kind of theory, like that. Yeah, this is like a video game we all jumped in almost.
Yeah, I don't like using the word simulation, although it is one of the best words to describe what the hell this place is. I say physical simulation. We're in a physical simulation, a physical simulated reality, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And if my idea was true, yeah, I would be like, here, put my kid into this game. I'd be honored, to have my kid go have this experience, because people like, there's people have hard times and people have amazing times and people have all these different times, but I think it's all just part of the experience for your soul to grow.
Hi guys, how you going? Campbell here from Autodidactic Channel. Hope you're all having an amazing day. And today I wanted to have another look at Frisland and the disappearing island. It sort of appears and disappears on maps, and then it seems to turn into part of the landmass of Denmark. And there's a lot of other very interesting ties to do with Frisland and our history and the possibility of people who may have come from the north. So let's get in and have a look at Frisland. Okay, so this is a map of Frisland, and this one is dated 1566. And the German, doesn't say who the cartographer is, so I'm not sure, but yeah, this is Frisland 1566. So let's just have a look at what was going down in Frisland in 1566. And as you can see on this map, no sign of ice. No sign of icebergs or iced up water. We have trees, we have farms or vineyards here. We have green mountains and hills, more farms up here, and of course we have cities, Cabaria, Anderfort, Alenco, Bondenday, Frisland. There we go, the capital is called Frisland. Camper, Rain, all the bays and names. We've got this island chain out here. So clearly a fully civilized and built out, island and civilization. Frisland in 1566. And this is a map. This is Abraham Ortelius. 1570 was the publication date. And as you can see, this is of the north. Now, the first thing to notice here is we have the land masses of Hyperborea up here. And if you can see this, pygmy inhabitant. So pygmies live here. And that is on quite a few maps, guys. I can show you that on other maps, and I will. Here we have Greenland, Groenland. And look at the shape of it. The Greenland we have today is sort of comes down here, almost encompassing what we see down here. But what do we have here? The island of Tully, the island of Tully. Now, if you don't know what Tully is, Tully, of course, there's the Tully, what are they? The Tully Organisation, Society, which came out of World War II and the Nazis and the whole Antarctic New Schwaberland thing. And Tully, if you look into it, is actually, well, you can see here, it's actually an old city, or not a city, but like an old, I don't think it was a country, but like a realm, like an old area And there is still, I will show you this later, there's still now, Tully is now on Greenland. Actually, it wouldn't be too far from here. It's kind of around here, I think. Look at this, got a mountain here coming out of the ocean. The Witsarkmans, not sure. But again, look at this. Tully is covered in cities. Ioko, Tucci, Tullius, Inafiora. Look at all this stuff. So this is, and again, no sign of ice. What we do get though is greenery on the outskirts here. And of course Greenland looking green. You know, why is it called Greenland? And of course now they tell us it's covered in ice. And down here we have Frisland. This is an old map, so you'll find an old map say change F's, S's to F's. So that's actually Frisland. And again, same story, completely built out. Same cities, Kampa, Kabaru, so the same names of the cities. No ice and completely mapped. And down here we have, just for some reference points, down here we have Scotland. This is the UK, and these would be the Shetland Islands here, I believe. It gets all very strange around here. All the islands change a lot. But we should also have Iceland somewhere, but I can't see it on this map. But that will pop in and out as well. Iceland was definitely around. Is that it? No. Grifada. No, so it's not drawn in on this. So let's have... Hey, look at this map. This is, again, Greenland, 1668. And this is by Philippe Briet, cartographer. And as you can see, Greenland, at Le Nouveau, this is French, the rediscovery. Oh, rediscover. Is that what that means? Res? Septennial and Sept is north. So Greenland in the north, rediscovering, island. Okay, now this is sort of what I wanted to point out. Now we have Greenland here. Now look at this. Greenland seems to, I don't know, does it connect to Hyperborea at this stage? Was it an extension? Or have they just not mapped this? Because this map is after, this is like 100 years after the last couple of maps where they clearly showed Hyperborea. Or has Hyperborea sunk? You know, is it still there? Is it under ice or is it under water? But here we have island. Okay, so this is Iceland. Now, I find it very interesting that it's called island. And again, it's drawn green. Okay, it's not drawn as frozen. And what I was thinking is, you know, if you've got people coming down from the north, and this is the first place they hit that's not part of the mainland, and they call it an island, is that where we get the word island from? And because then obviously since it got covered with ice, they just changed that, you know, that S to a CE. Oh, no, it's Iceland. You know. And even here where it's not frozen up, it's still called the polar circle. So does polar, you know, we kind of think polar means cold. But is that what it meant originally? And of course, here we have the Isle of Frisland. So there it is. It's still there. And Greenland, as you can see, changed its shape again. It's starting to grow, which is strange because Greenland seems to get bigger, like, you know, waters were receding. But at the same time, we lose Hyperborea up here, like waters were rising. So what's going on there? And here is another map. This, it says publication 1700 to 1799. So, you know, in the 1700s at some point. And as you can see, again, and you can see, the cartography style has changed here. We're about 150 years forward from the first map. And up here we can see Greenland. And look, we have a town, St. Thomas Xenobium. Not sure what a Xenobium is. Crowlandia. Haven't heard of that one before. So that might be a region of Greenland. On Greenland. Oh, maybe two people, maybe it was owned by, or, sort of had two different civilizations on it, in Greenland and on Greenland, maybe three, Crowlandia. But as you can see, look at this. There's towns everywhere. Hiprom, Fisti, Hanfley, Hohenprop. Nice fee. Now here's Ireland. Now it's Islander. Okay, completely built out. No sign of ice or anything. It's starting to break up here. It used to be one island. But again, clearly covered in towns or cities, because they're all named. It's all mapped. This is one of these appearing islands, Grisladia. Not sure what this is. And Frisland. So this is in the 1700s. And Frisland, and you can see it's collected a few more islands. But again, Cabaria, same city. Rain, that was on the last one. Camper, that was on the last one. And, no doubt they all were. I just can't remember them off the top of my head. But yeah, so this is, again, Frisland. It's there, it's an island. There's no ice around it. And clearly an island. And here's a map of the city of Frisia in 1645. And as you can see up here it says Frisia Orientalis Primaria. So this is the primary Frisia of the Orient. Now Orient is east, I believe. And we can see up here we get this strange thing. I see this a lot. This, I don't know, half bird, half man thing with a tree coming out his butt. I don't know what that is. Strange symbolism. Here we seem to have the headless knight. Is that like a knight's headgear with no body? Bits of red coming out of it. Pretty interesting. We've got the farms up here. So again, this is Frisland, and look, this green farmlands. These are definitely farms. I've got water flowing, so it's not frozen. Okay, this is an old world city, as we know. I find this interesting. Look, it looks like they've got a tunnel that goes through there, and another one that goes through here. But these are tall ships. These have got big masts on them, and this one is, I don't know, or is that a dock maybe? Because the thing is, and here's another one here, a bridge. But they can get in this way. But if these aren't tunnels, how are these boats in here? Because they look too big to get under this bridge. So I'm not sure what's going on there. But again, it's clearly an old world, star city, walled. It's got the turret, it's got the points, it's got everything. Got the water. And no doubt, of course, right there in the middle, we have the cathedrals. All the Antiquitech. So this was, Frislandia. Frisland, and this is Frisia, which I believe was the capital. These are some of the inhabitants. Oh, this lady's not too happy, these two guys. Come on, come to the dance with me. Oh, come to the dance with me. I've got a really big fork. And this lady's just annoyed. Nobody wants to dance with me. So yeah, and tall ships. They've got their flags, they've got the tag. Here's another Antiquitech building, the Glory Kirky. 1600s, guys. Frisia, the island, Frisland, should I say? It changes from Frisland, Frislandia, Frisia, and also then it becomes, goes to the mainland. It becomes Frisia, I believe, is what it's called in Denmark.
And I'm just trying to work out if this is the same, or if this civilization has been, I don't know, whatever, gone under the water, who knows, maybe it's Atlantis, or been destroyed, and the survivors have got to Denmark and renamed that area, or if it's just been renamed so that they could wipe this from the history, this Frisland island. Here's another map from the 1600s. As you can see, again, Greenland facing the wrong way. See how it's facing this way? Nowadays, it's like this. But underneath it, Frisland and Iceland. And over here, Scotland, UK, which was known as Anglia back there, Scotia, Scotland, Shetland Islands, and over here we've got Norway and Scandinavia. And here we have a map of Frisia from publication date 1566 from Jacob van Deventer, cartographer. Okay, and as you'll see, to start with, up here we have double-headed eagle. On top, it's almost like a Pope hat, isn't it? But it's been split into three. And we've got our cross, so a bit of antiquity stuff going on there. And here we have, that's what it says, Frisia, Transvan Provincial Region, the description of Roma, what's that, LXVI, oh gosh, okay, L is 500, is that right? Yeah, I mean, is that the date without the 1,000 years? Alright, so here we have Holland, we have, Australia. Look at that. Maori is sea. Sea. So the Sea of Australia. Australia, what? We're up in the north. Of course, no ice here, guys. There's no ice anywhere. So it's not actually marking out any landmass. So I'm assuming that this is Frisia. And if it is, you can see it's got water flowing in it, rivers, territories, and is completely built out. Harbours, rivers, cities, the whole lot. Levadia, Dochum. But yeah, it definitely says Frisia down here. And Holland, so I'm not sure what's going on with this one. And this is some maps from 1579 to 1580. And this is Michael Freiherr von Utzing, cartographer, the Tipus Orbis Terrarum. And terrarum, a lot of these old maps call the Earth terrarum, very similar to terrarium. And here we have the world Septentrio, three oceans. Septon is north. Three north, not sure what that means, but you can see clearly we've got Hyperborea here, the four continents. Up here we have Greenland in a very strange shape. Island below it with the S, island, it's not yet Iceland. And here, I'm not sure if you can read that. This is Frisland, but it's spelled Frislands, I think, but it's not Frizz, it's not Fris, it's Freid, I think you can see there. So it's like the Frisia, it's spelled like Frisia that we have in Denmark today, which is just over, it's up here somewhere. So has this island migrated? Is the question, because it's definitely disappeared. And this is a pretty interesting map over here. It says America discovered 1492, Christopher Columbus. And down here we have Terra Australis, Nondum Cognito, so basically it's hidden. Australia, and as you can see on all the old maps, it's drawn like this, and a a lot of people say, well, it's because it hadn't mapped, they hadn't got down here to map it, and this was just the top of the continents. But look at the rest of the world, and even up at the north, they've gone north of these continents. So why wouldn't they have gone south down here? It doesn't really make a lot of sense. So was this all, was Australia and South American places, did they used to be connected to Antarctica or to whatever is south of us? And we'll see if we can see. Now, there's descriptions here, so they've been down there. They're telling you what it is. And if we get, where are we? This is Africa here. So South America, look at the shape, of South America. Completely different. But down here, now it doesn't show it on this, but in all the old maps, you'll see that this strait here is very small. And these areas are always shown with giants in them. And of course, up the top here, these areas, or one of the islands, I think it's this one, is always shown with pygmies. So we've got small, big, and we're in the middle. I don't know, is that how it works? Here we have another map. This is all from the same book. So 1600s, as you can see, Tartaria over here. Up here, Greenland, still green. Down here we have Iceland. I'm not sure what this is. Shelved, I'm not sure what that island is. See, I thought that was where sort of Frisland was, but in this map, it seems to be migrating. Because what I found was down here. F-R-I... That's an F, but obviously S, because it's an old map. IA, Frisia. Frisia. Which is what the island was called on other maps, of course. Yeah, so Frisia is what it's called when it's on the land. And again, I don't know that I'm just theorising that Frisland is Frisia because the names, they interchange in different maps. Now it's saying this area here is Frisia. The island of Frisland seems to have disappeared, but this is in the water. So I can't see any Frisia there, but does that say demarcation? So yeah, something's going on here with Frisia. Here's another map, and you can see in this, Frisia is now definitely part of Holland. For perspective, what's that say? Anglia, yeah. So this is England, this is Holland, and this goes up into like Norway. So it's sort of crept down the map because if we come up here, Norway, that's not going to show us Greenland. Let's go to the next one. And then there's this document. This is from 1718 by Menzo Atling and Johan de Broen. A description of Frisia, Libere, not sure. I think it says a description of their territories, basically. So let's have a look. So as you can see up here, Frisland, as in the island that we see, Frisland. I'm not sure what that says after Kennig, but it looks like they're talking about, monarchs and who owns what. Dretchness, is that like Duchess? I don't know, they all look very, very authoritative, don't they? And up here we have Frisia, Libere. Okay, so Frisland and then Frisia. So there's the connection. That's what I sort of came across this, and it just made me think, this Frisland or Friesland has disappeared, and then this Frisia has appeared about the same time. This looks like some kind of conquest. They're in there beating the crap out of people who is that a dog? So the dog people. I've got a nasty little cherub here with a pointy tail. And this, I'm not sure what that is, a cat or something, but this very sort of Phoenician lady, and what is on the top of this pole, or this bit of Antiquitech, whatever it is, but a Frisian hat. And these hats are everywhere, right? Frisian hats. Frisia, Frisland. So there's something to this, I'm pretty sure. If we come down here, we've got Frisia and West Frisia. And this again, this is Denmark. So we've got sort of Germany up over here. This map is 1598, as you can see here. Arctic regions by, I'm not sure who that's. It's just the publisher, so I don't know who drew this one. But it's the same old story, but in this one, this is end of the 1500s, and Hyperborea is not drawn in there anymore, and even the top of Greenland's gone. So we've just got the Arctic pole here, but all these strange, sea creatures. Here they've drawn in the magnetic pole. Okay, now see, they've drawn it not where the North Pole is. So this is where things start to change. Around 1600, things start to disappear. The North Pole changes. So was this an event? Did everything ice over? Was this all, sort of smooth sailing, so to speak, back then? Could you get up to Hyperborea and maybe beyond? And then it's all frozen or sunk, or what's going on? Of course, here we have Ireland, which turned into Iceland because it used to be green, but now it's covered in ice. Greenland too is covered in ice, and here is Frisland again with the same cities on it. And of course, Frisland, if you look into it now, they'll pretty much tell you it's just a phantom island. It never existed, and it just appeared on some maps, but that was just a mistake. But as you can see, it appears on lots of maps, and all the cities are the same. And it's always in the relatively same area. It does move around a bit, but so does everything in this area around 1600s. Lots of stuff going on up there. And I found this map interesting. This is from the 1800s, so this is when everything sort of changed. Friesland has disappeared. We have James's Island has appeared, and this Spitsbergen. This is another island that seems to sort of appear and disappear, but it's popped up. But what I found interesting about this is Greenland down here, obviously completely mapped. Doesn't look like there's ice on it. Back in the 1800s, you can see the shorelines. They're very defined. But up here, Old Greenland. New chart of the western coast of Old Greenland. What's Old Greenland? Now this Disco Island, cool name, right? That's still there. Why would they call that Disco Island? I mean, come on, what is that? Is that Epstein Island Part 2 or something? Where all these freaky parasites go and hang out? In a land mass the size of North America that they tell us is just a frozen ice cube. What's going on? But yeah, what Old Greenland and down here Greenland. You can see this is a different coastline. Is that Disco Island there? Oh, okay, so that's that bit there that they're showing it's Old Greenland. And I guess this is New Greenland because remember in the other maps that we looked at, Greenland was a completely different shape. Okay, it didn't have this bit coming down here. It was just this sort of top bit. As you can see in this map. So this was 1527, Abraham Aurelius, and look at the shape of Greenland. Here, it's just the top. Here again, this is Nova Greenland. You can see it's pretty much up the top here. This one we have island here with a Y. So the spelling just changes all the time. And check this out. The sunk island of Basol Friesland. So they're showing you that there used to be an island there. Now this map is dated 1767. Okay, so there we go. So it was there, and by the mid 1700s, they're saying they know it was there, but it's now gone. And look at the shape of Greenland. By the 1700s, we've got this coming down here. And the 1800s, look at it. It's this big, pointy bit, almost like it's the shape of Africa or South America. But when we go back to the 1500s, it's just this east to west type shape. It's got nothing at the bottom. Okay, here we have Thule and Ireland and Frisland. Now, basically the shape of Greenland now is like this. Okay, and I'll show you Tully. Tully is still there. So yeah, island of Tully. That's now part of Greenland. So did this island, but this is Ireland, like Iceland. So what's going on here? Has this been eaten up by, it looks like Ireland and Friesland have both become part of Greenland. If you look at that, and what's down here, and then we go to this map and you see the shape of Greenland coming down here. It's not the best map, I know. Okay, so this is a little bit better. This is from 1787, Greenland, and you can see the shape. And again, it's called Old Greenland. But see the shape, how it's definitely coming from the north down to the south. Okay, we have Iceland here. Now this is not attached, and we have no Tully. Okay, there's no reference to Tully there. Now if we come over here to Greenland, here's our Disco Island, and as you can see it's completely mapped out, and it even has these islands at the bottom here, where Frisland used to be. So this is the thing, is Frisland now part of Greenland is what I'm trying to work out. I'm just trying to see if there's any city names that are the same, but I can't see any at the moment. And then there's this map. This is from the 1600s. And this is north up here. And again, it looks like Greenland is getting attached to an island. Again, there's no real... I can't see any city names that line up with Friesland. We've just got Red Beach and Fox Point. That sounds a bit strange. But yeah, look at Greenland there with this little island hanging off the end of it. And this is the modern Greenland. 1937. Greenland. And as you'll see, we've got all these new interesting islands everywhere. Again, Greenland used to be this. Okay, shaped this way. Iceland down here. That's Iceland and Tully, and this is Frisland. But now, it's shaped like this. Okay, so the old maps show kind of this. Then we see it finally, attaching to an island, and it just gets bigger and bigger. And now Iceland, and they're still calling it Ireland, very nice, is off to the side here. Okay, so Iceland here, Greenland here, 1930s this is. So we go back 400 years, and this is Greenland, and Iceland is directly underneath it. Now they're showing Iceland over here somewhere, unless Greenland has sort of shrunk down here, which would make... And look at the size difference. Look how, this Iceland is half the size of Greenland. Look here, we've got this little island here. It's like a tenth the size. So what's going on here now? Do we still have... Yep, there's our Disco Island. Okay, and of course you can see this place is completely mapped out. So they're telling us this was... Well, that this is covered in ice, and that, the story is, Ice Age was 10,000 years ago or whatever, and it's all been covered in ice for 10,000 years. Well, how did they map it? How do they know all this stuff is under the ice? Look how much detail there's in all these little bays and things, all the islands, they got it all in there, but no, it's all under ice. So, they're telling us big lies, of the shape of what's up there, of the islands, of what land masses are up there. We really don't know. And of course, with the Arctic and Antarctic treaties, we're not allowed to go there. They're trying to keep us away. So that's pretty much what I wanted to just show you in this video. I am going to make some more videos on Frisland, the Frisia, the Frislandians, because there's a big story there. Of course, we've got the Frisian hats that go everywhere. Disappearing island of Frisland, and now we've got Frisia, which I think may be, I don't know, either maybe that, I think it's probably like a satellite city. Maybe when Frisland went under or got attacked or whatever, they all went to the mainland and started up Friesland, because we saw that document. And also, of course, this is Greenland. We saw the island here, island Tully, Greenland. And if we come in here, Tully. So it's still there. Now, Tully again is associated with the North, is associated with, sort of ancient North civilizations and advanced tech and all this type of stuff. And that Tully, there is an airport. We can't fly from it, but it's the northernmost airport for the USA, and their Air Force run out of there, and also their space, whatever it is, their space, crew or whatever, all their space flights, their space, I can't remember what it's called, the Space Academy, the Space Cadets. They all fly out of Tully Air Force Base, the space people. So that, and this is not, obviously not the shuttles and things. This is more their sort of, where they fly the flights that we don't hear about, all their reconnaissance and that. Now, being so north and so close to the North and North Pole, where are they flying? There's also bases down, airports and Air Force bases down Antarctica. Where are they flying? Why are they at the edges of the apparent, what they tell us is a globe where there's nowhere to go? But if it's obviously flat and there's more land and there's somewhere to go, that would make sense to have bases at each end, at the gates, I guess, especially if they're trying to hold us under control in lockdown. So it's very interesting, what's been going on up here in these islands with all the land masses. And at the end of the day, we just have to sort of take this for granted, We're not out there. We don't have airships. We can't go over and check out these maps for ourselves. We sort of have to just believe what they're showing us. But of course, what we do is we get as many maps as we can and we put them next to each other and see what the story is. And as you can see, the story is pretty convoluted. This is all about Frisia. Here we go again, Friesland. This is the connection. We've got the Friesland society or, whatever culture here, civilization, and connected to Frisia, which we can see here. Frisia, and of course it starts off being spelled with an E, I-A-E. So the spelling is a lot like Friesland. And of course here we have Friesland and Frisia. So there's a connection. It looks like, it's the same civilization. Did they move there? Did the island sink? Is it still there and we're just not told about it? Because that's, seriously, that's got to be on the table too. And another thing about the Frisians, there is a book called the Oera Linda book, and I'm just going to read a little bit at the end here for you, just to give you a bit of background, because I'm going to get into this further, because there really is so many connections. And this Oera Linda book, it's pre-reset. It's from this culture, and they talk about the flood, and they talk about the takeover and what happened, and the whisperers, how they came in and subjugated all the teachings and took over from within, which is, of course, what we know. This is how they operate and what they're trying to do right now. And just one more link for you. Friar, the word friar, that also comes from the Frisians, from Frisland, and the etymology of Frisland is free. They were literally known as the free people. So this is why I'm very interested in these people, and apparently they were tall people, the giants, the tall, as far as we know, blonde, blue-eyed people, which of course is the description we get of the people that went to South America. Coaxacoatl was described as that. The white people that came from across the ocean had beards, blue eyes, and gave them technology and civilization. And we get that same story. If you look into, artwork from a couple of thousand years ago, what they tell us is a couple of thousand years ago, I think it's mainly Hinduism and Buddhism. All the statues have blue eyes, all of them. So there's definitely a connection here, guys. And like I said, this is just part 1. Well, it's actually about part, 4 or 5 of my videos on the Arctic. But there is a massive story there, and yeah, I will keep delving into this for you. And of course, Arctic, the arc and the Antarctic. And of course, in the middle is the energy, right? So that's another thing, the Earth as a battery and these ends. But does arc mean something else? Who knows? Because when you think about it, an arc is really, it's the space that the electricity jumps between, isn't it? It's that leap between one side to the other. That's the arc. So is that telling you, are these doorways? Right, the arc. If we get to the right place or the doorway, can we become the arc and jump through to the next point? Arctic, Antarctic, who knows? And I haven't even touched on the Antarctic, which is just a bigger story. So there you go, guys. Thanks for spending some time with me. Merry Christmas. It is actually Christmas Eve when I'm recording this, so I hope you all ignore all the rules given to you by these parasites, and you go out and you sing and you hug people, have lots of people around, food, do everything you can to be human, and definitely don't wear any face nappies. Alright, have an awesome day. Thanks for spending some time with me. Big thank you to everyone who supports me by sharing this video, all your likes and comments, and also, of course, everyone who supports this channel through my PayPal, Patreon, and merch store. And if you would like to help out, there are links below. And yeah, hang around, and I've just got a little bit of reading to you from the Aurea Linda book, which will give a bit more background into who the Frisians were. And like I said, I will definitely be continuing with this theme. Alright guys, have an awesome one. Talk to you soon. This is from the Aurea Linda book. I think it's Aurea, O-E-R-A, Linda book. Now this is a book from a previous civilization, basically, from people who came from the north, the Frisians, the free people. And this says, Oki, my son, you must preserve these books with body and soul. They contain the history of all our people, as well as our forefathers. Last year I saved them in the flood, as well as you and your mother, but they got wet, and therefore began to perish. In order not to lose them, I copied them on foreign paper. In case you inherit them, you must copy them likewise, and your children must do so too, so that they may never be lost. Writers in Luwet, in the 3449th year after Atland was submerged. That is, according to the Christian reckoning, the year 1256. Hedo, surnamed over Delinda. So I think that last bit is when it was written. Now, you can see here it says 3449 years after Atland was submerged. Now, Atland, do you know what Atland is? Atland is America. So after America was submerged, and this is starting to come out, it's starting to become evident that America, we started off a few years ago saying, California was an island, and then there never used to be Great Lakes, and then they suddenly appeared, and then we have maps where America's cut in half. And now we have writings and books coming out saying it was submerged and it was Atland. And I also have maps where America is called Atlantis. Of course, Atlan is Atlantis. So is America the famed Atlantis? Did it get submerged and wiped out? Only to be sort of, rediscovered in the age of rediscovery. 30 years after the day on which Volksmoder was murdered by the commander Maggie, and that's M-A-G-Y, so it's like Magi, but it's got a Y on the end, so Magi, Maggie, was a time of great distress. All of the states that lie on the other side of the Weiser had been wrestled from us and had fallen under the power of the Magi. I'm going to call them Magi just so you know who they are. And it looked as if his power was to become supreme over the whole land. To avert this misfortune, a general assembly of the people was summoned, which was attended by all the men who stood in good repute, with the Magden, or these priestesses. Then, at the end of the 3 days, the whole council was in confusion, and in the same position as when they came together. You all know that I was 3 years Bürgermagd. You know also that I was chosen for Volksmoder, and that I refused to be Volksmoder because I wished to marry a Pole. Not a Pole, but a Pole. But what you do not know is that I have watched everything that has happened, as if I had really been your Volksmoder. So I'm not sure what a Volksmoder is, some kind of person or politician, I'm not sure, some kind of leader. I have constantly travelled about observing what was going on. By that means I have become acquainted with many things that others do not know. You said yesterday that our relatives on the other side of the Weiser were dull and cowardly, but I may tell you that the Magi has not won a single village from them by force of arms, but only by detestable dissent, and still more by the rapacity of their dukes and nobles. Now there you go. And I've said this before. So this is saying that they're going in, the Magi, and they're not using weapons. When they fight, they lose. So what they do is they go in and they subvert. They go in and they lie and they whisper, the whisperers. Slowly take over from within. Fryer has said, we must not admit amongst us any but free people. But what have they done? They have initiated our enemies, and instead of killing them prisoners or letting them go free, they have despised the counsel of Fryer and have made slaves of them. Because they have acted thus, Fryer cared no longer to watch over them. They robbed others of their freedom and therefore lost their own. This is well known to you, but I will tell you how they came to sink so low. The Finn, and that's Finn, F-I-N-N as in Finnish, Finland. The Finn women had children. These grew up with our free children. They played and they gamboled together in the fields and were also together by the hearth. Then they learned with pleasure the loose ways of the Finns, because they were bad and anew, and thus they became denationalized in spite of the efforts of their parents. When the children grew up and saw that the children of the Finns handled no weapons and scarcely worked, they took a distaste for work and became proud. The principal men and their cleverest sons made up to the wanton daughters of the Finns, and their own daughters, led astray by this bad example, allowed themselves to be beguiled by the handsome young Finns, a derision of their depraved fathers. When the Magi found this out, he took the handsome and the handsomest of the Finns and the Magyars, and promised them red cows and golden Horus, to let them to be taken prisoners by our own people in order to spread his doctrines. His people did even more. Children disappeared, were taken away to the uplands, and after that had been brought up into his precious doctrines and then were sent back. Now, what that has just explained is pretty much exactly what has happened to us in the last, 100 years, 50 years or so. And this is the thing, they get in and they subvert, and this is, the people who wish to rule us, the parasites, the archons, the deep state cabal,
child traffickers, whatever you want to call them, they get in it and they change, like they're talking about. They get in with new information and with no morals, no ethics, and they change the moral standards of the children. They go for the children, and by that they change the next generation, and so they change society. And this is what's happening. It's happened, you can see it, what's been going on with TV, with music, the MSN. It's these same powers getting their hooks in and basically going for the most vulnerable among us, our children. And they did it back then, and that's how that they started to demoralize us and started to creep in. And we can see that they kept going, and this is where we are now. Luckily for us, we're on the verge of a new age, and this is pretty much going to stop them in their tracks. But it's a lesson to be learned that this is their weapon. It's just deceit and lies and putting on a stage show and going for the most vulnerable. They're not brave. They don't have ethics and morals. They're cowards who have to subvert and go around and lie and use deceit to get what they want. And that's exactly what this book is explaining. And again, this book, it was translated. It goes back to the 1500s. Definitely is when they've dated it as someone came into its possession, and then it was translated or sold and everything in the 1800s. But as you can see in the start, it says that it's talking about dates that went back thousands of years, and they even say that this is a copy of the original, because the original was damaged in the flood, and I'm not sure what flood that was. And also with so this is about the Frisians, who came from Frisia or Frisland, whichever version you want to take. Their name originated from free, the free people, the free land. And this book is about how they were subverted, and people came in and started lying and started to control them, wanted to control them and make them not free. And the free land Frisia is where we also get the word friar. And that was one of that was their sort of wise spiritual people, but that they talk about it in this book is that was subverted again by basically the Jesuits, and those kind of people went in and just changed things slightly. Changed it 5%, and went out and started preaching and basically took over, created a church, and kept going with their propaganda. So Frisia, it's this island at one point, and then it's suddenly part of Denmark, and it's thousands, hundreds, if not thousands of miles from where the island is. So it's like it's been erased, and this island just appears and disappears. It's very close to Greenland and Hyperborea. Of course, in Greenland there's an area called Tully, and there's a Tully air base, and then that's very close to Hyperborea. So is this all people who have come from the north? Because there's so many stories about big, tall people, white-haired, coming from the north. Of course, we now have the Swedes and the Vikings and that, who seem to be remnants, or maybe maybe they're hybrids of the taller people with people that were not coming from the north, that were already here on Earth, and that sort of made them shorter. Now this is what it's looking like. People from the north, what's going on? Is this where they, because this is also very much like Lord of the Rings and the elves. The elves were tall, blonde, and they came from another place, and then they ended up going back there. And so there's so many narratives that point to this. Obviously, we have the Smoky God story. We have other theories and books that are out there saying that there's more land around, and on the inside and the outside. So the map of Earth maybe that we're shown is probably completely wrong as well. Lots of questions.
has been a lot of discussion of late about the shape of the realm that we live in. What is it? What shape is it? How big is it? Because we do know one thing. What we do know is that what we're being told as far as our history, as far as who and what we are, is false. And so it would make sense that we are also being told the wrong things about the realm that we live in. I mean, of course, we're told that we live on a ball spinning through space. And there are so many anomalies with that theory. As far as, spherical curvature doesn't work. You can't measure it anywhere. And the stars don't move. And now that we have zoom lenses, we can bring ships back in when they go over the horizon. So there's just 3. So I wanted to sort of get into this a bit more and show you a map that I've come across from the 1500s that might shed a bit more light on where we actually are. So let's jump into this. This is David Rumsey Map Collection Cartography Associates, and this is a pretty cool site. I haven't actually gone through it too much, but as you'll see, it is covered in old maps. So there's quite a lot here you can go through. I believe we can just click on them and we get pictures. And I'm not sure what this is. This is some kind of tree of life or something. But there's all these maps down here as well. We've got Celestial, Americas, Civil War, cities, atlases. So lots of cool stuff. But what I want to show you today is this. This is Urbano Monte's Planosphere from 1587. It is the largest early world map, and the original is 10 foot in diameter. Made in 1587, and there's just a quick glimpse at the whole map. And the first thing that you'll notice is all this land around the outside. Two trailer park girls. And then we have, the more familiar-ish kind of land in the middle. So it's a bit hard to see. It also shows, how much the land has actually changed in, the last 500 years. Less, 450. So in the middle here, now we've seen this before on other maps. Is it Ortelius? And this is obviously the Arctic, and we have the magnetic North Pole right in the center, and land going around. Now this is all, I believe it's Spanish, so I can read some of it, but not that much. So if there are any people out there that can read Spanish, I would love to know what this map says, because it's very interesting, as you'll see. So we've got Mare del North. Mare, is that war or ocean? But basically these are the North Oceans and things. And then we have the land masses. And as you'll see, these are the Americas. So we've got North America, Central, and this is South America. Look at this. We've got this huge landmass. And you can see America, and this is part of Brazil. I've got owls and ostriches in different regions, but look, like at the moment, South America kind of goes like that. Over here is Africa, as you can see, and that would make this Australia, I guess, because this is India. And I can turn this around, this map, I believe. Now I'm lost there. India. So India, this would be Southeast Asia. And so we get all these islands, but then we get this big landmass with dinosaurs on it, birds, strange creatures looking into mirrors. They look like sort of monkey men. Don't know. There's a couple over here trying to, I don't know, playing a game with some kind of animal. But very interesting. And we have dragons here. This says New Guinea. Now, New Guinea is above Australia. So is this, and so this is where this map gets confusing, is, are they saying that this is Australia? It just looks a bit low when you look at where, Africa and South America come down. So I'm not really sure. I think that might be Australia. But getting back to the shape of the realm in which we live. Now this is Africa. And I want you to look at the shape of this. Can you see how that is really stretched out? Compared to what we see on normal maps, that is very stretched out. Azimuthal equidistant map. And this is South America, and this is Africa. So you can see we've got, this is fairly circular, this sort of bit coming off here on the left. And then we have this. Almost looks like a skull, doesn't it? Bit of a nose. So that's Africa, how we're shown it is. And also, have a look at South America. And we come back here. And this is what we get. Look how stretched out this bit here is. And just the whole of Africa down here is much, much wider. This is South America, and as you can see, same thing. Now, that looks to be more land rather than just stretched. When you look at this sort of map, it does look like there's a bit more land that's showing. But I'm not really sure. So the point I'm trying to point out here is that this is a flat map. Obviously, this is a flat Earth map. Okay, it's not a globe. We have Antarctic in here. We have, Europe, North America, or Europe sort of through here, North Africa, Asia. And, you can work out the shapes here. It's not too bad. The water's different, but as we get further out, all the land masses stretch out. Which, if the Earth is flat, that's what you would expect. Because obviously, see, on a ball, you start with a point, it gets bigger, and then it goes back into the point. So, on a globe, the equator is obviously the longest line of latitude. Okay, so this, which is this, and they say that's the widest point, and then from there it starts to go back in and under to another pole down here. Now that, if you draw that on a map, that would mean that you would have to make these smaller to fit in. If you can imagine that tucked under, it would have to be smaller to hit down on the bottom point. On this, they're drawn quite splayed out, quite large. So is this a clue? Because this is a map, this is a proper map. This is what they used to say around, 1500. So this was, around the so-called Age of Exploration. As you can see, there's boats everywhere, some familiar, signage. Down here we have a merman with a wreath. And like I said, lots of stuff written around, which I would love to be deciphered. Now, I found lots of interesting things on this. Look at this landmass. So let's go to here, South America. That's South America here. So this is South America, Central America. They're still calling this, America, Brazil. Down here they call it Peru. Is that right? No, Oh, it is down here somewhere. We've got what looks like, a llama, an alpaca. And as we come down here, we have these, the regions of giants. These dudes, I don't know. I think this guy just punched this guy's in the ghoulies. That's a bit rude. And then we have this giant out here playing mummies. And down here, so we have this break right through the continent. And it's called the Stretch of Magellan. And here we have Tierra del Fuego. Now that is still part of South America, Tierra del Fuego. So is this the bottom bit of South America? I mean, look how wide that is for starters. But so what's going on here? Or is this another landmass that has broken away, or that might be on the other side of, I don't know, an ice wall or something? But they've just kept the names for the bottom bits of land. Because there's an awful lot of land down here. You can see it all the way around. And what's this? Because there should be nothing here. There's no continent coming down to this. Got all these mythical creatures. I'm not sure what that is. And this is Terra Gallica. So I've never heard of that. Don't know what that is. I've got lions and eating lizards and crocodiles. And this other whole land, again, we've got, this is an African cheetah. What's it doing down here? And of course, look, does this look snow covered? Because look where it's supposed to be. And this I found, is this the one? Moctezuma. There we go, it's a bit better. So there we go, that is Moctezuma. I think that says the chief of Mexico. Et de India. So Indian Ocean, is that what that says? India Occidental. So this is Montezuma, who was the last ruler of the Aztecs, or Moctezuma, sorry. Montezuma, I think, was his predecessor, and he's just down on this random island. I mean, now this, he could just be there, just touching it. It could just be where they got the faces. But he's from here, South America. Now we have another one here, and this is the Regis d'Espagnolo of Indy. The dominant laureate of something. So here's another guy. Now, are these guys Tartarians? Ocean of Shore Giaciato. So it's naming an ocean down here below this landmass. What is this landmass? And we've got islands down here. Has this got a name? Part of Brazil. So what is going on with this map? Because see, this is Brazil here. How can that be part of Brazil? Like, I'm just confused. I'm thinking, is this just the bottom half of South America just splayed right out? But I mean, that's too far, right? That looks like extra land to me. I mean, familiar names, but could these names just have been moved and changed? More dragons, more giants. So this is New Guinea. And like I said today, New Guinea is up in the tropics. Well, actually, if we've got India, and this would be sort of, Southeast Asia, Java. There you go, that'd be Java in Indonesia. Java Minor. So that'd be like sort of Timor, which I would think that would be more New Guinea. They're calling that Gilolo. And then we've got, this is like the Torres Strait Island. So this could be the top of Australia. And look at the shape of it. But then that, I don't know, just in, it's doing my head in. Just in vicinity, you know, Australia, if we go back to this, you know, these, you know, bottom what we call the sort of southern continents, you know, South America, Africa, Australia, you know, they're kind of, you know, like Australia's not down here, you know, in the Antarctic. It's kind of on the same latitude as these two land masses. But when we go back here, this if this is Australia and this is Africa and South America, this is quite a bit lower. I mean, the top of it, I suppose, but look how far down it goes. I don't know. I mean, it would make sense if these bits weren't in the middle here, like these other land bits. This is what's kind of doing my head in. So again, if you can read what this says, you can stop me having a mental breakdown. And yeah, just interesting, you know, all the different, you know, we see these everywhere, these different, you know, chimera type beasties. So here, Oceano. So what does mare? Does mare mean southern maybe? I'm not sure. Oceano. So this, here we go. So we've even got the sun. So that would be Capricorn, Equator, and in here we'd have Cancer. So I'm just wondering if they're showing elliptical patterns as well. But anyway, there's just so much to look at on this map, and it's just all so different. You know, if you come in here, this is Europe, you know, we've still got familiar names. Like that's probably Lithuania or something, Latvia, Russia, Moldavia. And I guess across here would be Tartaria. So what do we got here? Satanian. Haven't heard of that one before. Desert, tar. I'm seeing lots of tar words, but no Tartaria. Tartaro. So this is all sort of Tartaria. And again, look at these guys. We've got like a devil here with wings and a big dragon in the desert. And another one. And, you know, cities. Calafia. I have, not these cities, but I've actually searched for some of these outer, you know, the names of some of these outer lands. Didn't get much back. I did get something. So this was one of the names at the bottom, Sovrani di Polonia. Hang on, might need to translate that. Poland was ruled by dukes in the period, by grand dukes, and by the kings. The most important dynasties of the Piast and the Jagiellon, the previous subsequent monarchs, often also held the neighbouring lands or had been raised to the throne by foreign dynasties. What is going on here? So this guy was the king of Poland. Giovanni Casimiro, king of Poland, of the Vasa dynasty, son of Sigismund III, king of Poland and Sweden, and of Constance of Habsburg. So this is the guy here, Ilri di Portogallo. And apparently he was a king of Poland, got a nice crown on. It looks like a bit of an angry angel thing there. So Giovanni, this is him, of the Vasa dynasty, son of Sigismund III, king of Poland, Sweden, and of Constance of Habsburg. Born in 1609, he had dedicated himself to ecclesiastical life and went to Rome in 1640 and became a Jesuit, and had lived in society for 4 years, not yet a priest, when Innocent X on March 28, 1646 appointed him Cardinal Deacon, just 2 years later, having died without making any offspring, any male offspring. His brother had to renounce the cardinalate and was elected king. The following year he married the apostolic dispensation of his brother's widow. So this is all a bit weird. This is all around the 1600s, which is, the time frame we talk a lot about. And this, I don't know, it gives you the idea that, this guy, he was sort of a prince. They grabbed him, chucked him in, tried to turn him into a Jesuit for some reason. He obviously didn't want to go along because he died pretty young, and then his brother jumped in, took his position, and his wife. A bit rough. So, yeah, like I said, I'm going to leave the link for this map, and if you can read it, there is a lot of text, and you can zoom right in. So, you can get right in and check everything out. We've got a crane down here. And this is the other thing, even down, as south as you can go, or as far out as you can go, there's no ice. And in the middle, there's no ice. So this is 500 years ago. So what's the what's the ice? There was a mini ice age in around the 1600s, I believe. I may have that date wrong, but in the so-called, Middle Ages, there was a mini ice age. Was that the start of this? And have we been... Because now we're shown that this is just water, but clearly in maps, lots of maps, not just one, they show land masses up here. So a couple of questions is, how big is this area? Because if you go onto Google Earth or maps, they show it as a very, very small area. But again, is that just a distortion of maps? You see, if you draw a map like this, just have a look at it. There is no Arctic. You can just sort of blank the whole Arctic out. You don't have to show how big it is. And look at just the way that it's drawn here. Trying to show us it's still a ball, but that's the thing. If these were wrapped around further, that area in the middle could be quite a large area. And now this area, we're shown, is covered in ice. And of course, what's been going on since the 90s, sort of 25 years, they're now talking about global warming, and they're saying, oh no, the ice is melting. But clearly there was no ice back here. So is that even a problem? Or is that us going back to what this realm really should be? Have we been blocked off on this side and on this side? Because there's an ice wall there as well, and we're not allowed to go. There are treaties. We cannot go down here. We cannot go in here. Why is that? And why are they both surrounded by ice? And what's on the other side, if anything? And what's all this land? Has this ice wall moved in a bit? Are these just all covered in ice now? Is there stuff underneath, which we hear a lot about? And it's a very interesting map. And again, this is a proper map by cartographers, and this is what they use to get around the world. And this is what, they were paid to go and do proper maps for kings and queens and rulers. So they don't put all this effort in to make a false map. The other thing I want to mention is that people who have gone down to the Antarctic, there's been, many missions, but Captain James Cook went down there in the 1700s, and he tried to find an entrance through the ice wall, and I believe he spent 4 years sailing around. Actually, maybe he was a bit less than 4 years, and the guy after him was 4 years, but basically they spent years and years trying to sail around Antarctica, and we're told that Antarctica is just this little, landmass down here, which again they don't want to show us. So a little, you know, if you can imagine this is the bottom, sailing around that shouldn't take 4 years, but sailing around this may. And another thing is and you can read this up, it's all online, looking at the Captain Cook Antarctic voyage, and there was another one in the 1800s, and they both had the same problem, and that they still find this today, that when ships are down in, you know, the southern oceans, what happens is they get off their course all the time, off their bearing and their trajectory. So, and it's by as much as 20 miles a day. Now that's pretty telling, because you can imagine that if you're following a map that says this is a ball, and so once you pass here it starts getting, then that map's going to be off. But if in reality it does get bigger, like this map shows us, and you can see here, these lines of longitude are getting further apart. So if you think you're sailing here and you go this far, but you're actually down here and you've gone this far, you could definitely be 20 miles a day off. 20 miles a day as well. So you can imagine what that would total up to, you know, over years. It's a lot of space. So it's a very interesting map, and I just wanted to share this with you. As I said, links in the description. Have a look, check it out. I've hardly shown you anything. There's so much on here. If you can read Spanish, I believe this is Spanish. If you can read it, please let me know. Does that say Barbaria? I don't even know where I am anymore. Oh, that's Russia. Camels up here. Actually, where's he? Look at that. We've still got massive buildings. And, sorry, just had a thought about the pyramids. Are they here? Okay, so we've got straight, deserts, Algiers. God, it's also different. Arabia, no, so I was down here, we should be. Magadazo. We've got Ethiopia. Suachi. Oh my gosh, everything's so different here. What's this? Jerusalem. Bethlehem. Cairo. And look how they draw Cairo. Look how big that is. A big encircled star. I mean, compared to the other cities, that's pretty big. And here are the pyramids. Yeah, so we've got the pyramids. Memphis, and then all the temples down. So that, and see how again how it's showing the three main pyramids. Interesting, and a nice big dragon. Alright, so guys, yeah, check this out. Have fun, look around, see what you can find. Leave whatever you can find in the comments or any descriptions. Translations, things like that you can find. Philip or Max saying in his little boat. Yeah, check it out. I'll leave the link in the description. Thanks for spending some time with me. Please give me a like, share this content, hit the bell if you want to be notified of my future uploads, and if you do want to support this channel, there are links below in the description. Alright guys, have an awesome day, and I'll catch you on the next upload. Bye for now.
The world we live in is a story written by someone else. And we have books, and we have paintings, and we have myths and legends. But do we know what's really true? Because everything we get is second-hand information. As we know, history, or more to the point, his story, is written by the winners, by the conquerors. Those who go in and destroy societies then rewrite the story in their own image. And we are left here to try and put the puzzle pieces back together, because We've been looking at this for a while, and our story is wrapped up in the information we're given, but it is wrapped up and much of it has been hidden. And when we look back in history, we find, there seems to be a date, or, a time around the 1500s where all the information suddenly changed. The information about the place we inhabit changed, our sciences changed, our laws changed, and that change has continued. And when we go back, it's hard to find things, credible information from before 500 years ago. So we have to dig and put the pieces together and see what matches up so that we can come up with our story. Hi guys, how you going? Campbell here from Autodidactic Channel. Hope you're all having a wonderful day, a day full of wonder, because that's what this realm really is. It's all about wonder. It's an adventure, and it's up to us to crack the code and win the game. So where are we? What is this realm we find ourselves on? Everything has been changed so much that we really need to look, and obviously, and we see this at the moment so much, how they can actually control and manipulate stories and only tell their side of the story. So we only get half the story. But that's only been going on for a certain amount of time. So I wanted to have a look at King Arthur, because I came across some interesting information. So King Arthur was a legendary British leader who, according to medieval histories and romances, led the defence of Britain against the Saxon invaders in the late 5th and early 6th centuries. The details of Arthur's stories are mainly composed of folklore and literary invention, and modern historians generally agree that he is unhistorical. The sparse historical background of Arthur is gleaned from various sources, including the Annals of Cambrai, the Historia Brittonum, and the writings of Gildas. Arthur's name also occurs in early poetic sources such as the Goggedin. So they tell us that Arthur is basically a mythical person. The details are sparse, and he was supposed to be a king in England in the 500s and 600s. And here we have a depiction of Arthur. And there's obviously, with King Arthur, there are lots of other stories attached to him, like Merlin the Magician, which would be a Magi connection, and the Sword in the Stone, which is Excalibur, King Arthur's sword. And interesting to note that most of the word Excalibur is caliber, as in guns, gun barrel width. And of course the Holy Grail. And I will get into those, but what we're going to do now is have a look at Goggedin. And it's a medieval Welsh poem consisting of a series of elegies to the men of the Brittonic kingdom of Goggedin and its allies, who, according to the conventional interpretation, died fighting the Angles of Delra and Benicia, a place named Catraeth in about AD 600. It is traditionally ascribed to the band Aneurin and survives only in one manuscript, the Book of Aneurin. So this is Goggedin. It's an old poem, and it lists a fight or a battle, and basically the heroes of Gogarden lose against the Angles, and the Angles were one of the main Germanic peoples who settled in Great Britain in the post-Roman period. Obviously, the Anglo-Saxons is how we know them today, but that's an interesting word, isn't it? The Angles. Now, this battle was at Catraeth, and the Battle of Catraeth was fought around AD 600 between a force raised by Gogarden and the Brythonic people of the Hen Olgeged, or Old North, of Britain, and the Angles of Bernicia and Deira. It was evidently an assault by the Gogarden party on the Angle stronghold of Catraeth, perhaps is Catterick or North Yorkshire. The Gogarden force was said to have consisted of warriors from all over the Hen Ogledd, or the north, and even some from as far afield as Gwynedd and North Wales or Pictoline. The battle was disastrous for the Britons, who were nearly all killed. The slain warriors were commemorated in the important early poem Gogarden, attributed to Aneurin. So this Battle of Catraeth, basically the people of Gogarden, and King Arthur is linked to this, went up and attacked people called the Angles, who had a stronghold in Catraeth. But they don't know where Catraeth was, but they are saying it was in the north. And I saw a video by Art of Dino yesterday. I will leave the link in the description below. And he was reading a very interesting letter. And it is a letter between John Dee and King Arthur. Well, actually, it's between Mercator, I think, and the conquest of the Arctic. Okay, King Arthur and the conquest of the Arctic. This is the Institute of Archaeology from the University of Oxford. And it says down here, the letter is a detailed study of John Dee's late 16th century claim that King Arthur conquered the far northern world and North America. Far northern world. Although sometimes treated as Dee's own invention, the concept of Arthur as a conqueror of the Arctic and even parts of North America clearly antedates Dee. One witness to it is the Gestae Arthuri, which was seamed and summarized by Jacob Noen, who probably wrote in the 14th century. This medieval document apparently describes Arthur's attempts to conquer the far north, including an expedition launched against the North Pole itself. Another witness is the Legis Anglorum Londonus Collectae, which dates from the start of the 13th century and provides a list of Arthur's northern conquests, including Greenland, Finland, and the North Pole. On the basis of these and other documents, it would appear that the concept of Arthur as an Arctic conqueror can be traced at least to the late 12th century, if not before. So I'll leave the link to this page below as well. And so there you go. Did you know, did you ever think that King Arthur was on boats up in the Arctic, conquering the North Pole? From 1577 to 1588, the English polymath John Dee was engaged in manufacturing and disseminating some extraordinary claims on behalf of the English monarchy and its imperial ambitions. Most intriguingly, Dee, generally seen as the originator of the phrase the British Empire, argued that Queen Elizabeth could assert dominion over a vast tract of the northern globe and the New World, partially by dint of its having once been conquered and ruled by the Tudors' reputed early medieval ancestor, King Arthur. In his most important treatment of the issue, the Britannici Imperial Limites, or the Limits of the British Empire, from 1578, he wrote that Elizabeth could claim title royal to all the coasts and islands beginning at or about Terra Florida, And so alongst or near Vinto Atlantis or America, going northerly and then to all the most northerly islands, great and small, and so compassing about Greenland eastward and to the territories opposite and the furthest easterly and northern bounds of the Duke of Moscovia and his dominions. So all the northern lands, and then it goes down here, like I said, there's lots and lots of stuff. Now, if you don't know who John Dee is, check him out. He's basically one of the, how should we say, one of the architects. And he sits pretty much right at that point as well in the 1500s where everything was changing, and he was someone who was in the know of the old world, and he had he had access to all these old world documents, which I'm sure still exist somewhere, probably in the Vatican and other places. So he knew what was going on, but he was using that information to bring in the new world, to let the new, king and queen take over the world, basically. But so the Arctic and King Arthur. So most of you have seen maps similar to this. This is the regions of Hyperborea, and as you can see, this is Hyperborea or Hyperborea. In the middle here we have Mount Meru, basically is what it is. I'm not sure what that says. Down here you can see it says pygmies, little people. They are mentioned in the letter. I'll leave the link for that as well, the actual letter from Mercator to John Dee. So we have all this 4 lands. We have 4 main rivers going in, and these are divided up. You can see there's many entrances because we've got tributaries here. We've got Greenland, which, this is Greenland. What's that? Grockian. So this is another island here. This is Greenland, which seems to keep changing shape. And obviously we have, Russia, Americas, and all this in the map. So we've got the Americas too. This is in the 1500s after it was discovered. But yeah, they're telling us that there's land up here at the North Pole. This is another map, and this is again from the 1500s. And it's a map of the world. This is sort of the time when it was starting to flatten out and change the maps. But you can see up in the corner here, we have a top view. We have Atlantis in Solva. That's actually America. That's what they used to call it. Remember, I just read something saying that was called Atlantis in that John Dee letter. But here we have Hyperborea and the Arctic Pole. And that is 1597, that map. Here we have another one. This one is 1570. And as you can see, it's a map of the northern part. We've got Septentriona, which means north. The oceans of Hyperboreas. Greenland. And what do we have here? But land masses, looking very similar to that top shot that we got. We've still got this island here, which seems to have disappeared. And here it says the inhabitants are pygmies. So this is where the pygmies live. That's the same island that the other one said pygmies. So we've got, lots of maps that from the same time that are saying the same thing. And of course you can see this sort of land mass. It's a little bit different here. Frisland. I think this is probably Iceland down here somewhere. I'm not sure. Maybe this is Iceland. But yeah, definitely we have land masses up here. And then what happened? This map here is it says 1688. So this is, about 100 years later. We seem to lose the Arctic region. It just disappears. And we get left with maps like this when all we're given is these circles, and there's nothing there. Look at this. The most northern is okay, that's Spitzberg, Spritzland. But the landmass is gone. Okay, up here we have Arctic, and you can see it goes way up, and the landmass is gone. And then we have all this nice Phoenician-based artworks up here with all the usual suspects. So clearly, something's changed here. There you go, 1688. And if we go in here, is that an I? Looks a lot smaller than this 688, doesn't it? Is there an I around? Oh, it's dotted. It does actually look the same, just without the dot. I-688 in the year of Iusa. But this is definitely Phoenicians. You know, they love to get their gear off. They love their flowers and their florets and all this kind of stuff, and their cherubims. So yeah, this is after the Phoenicians have taken over in the 1600s. The Arctic has disappeared. Okay, so this is the actual letter. A letter dated 1577 from Makeda to John D. And I'll leave the link. As I said before, I got this from Art of Dino, and I'll leave the link to his video where he actually reads the whole letter. So I won't go through it all, but just so you know, it says he wrote in the Belgic language the ideas about the northern regions, which some time ago I extracted from him. Follow word for word, save where the sake of brevity or speed I have translated into Latin, when if not always his words, I have retained his meaning. In North Norway, which is called Dusky Norway, there are 3 months of darkness, during which there is no sunlight, but a perpetual twilight. This North Norway lies over and against the country called the Province of Darkness, or the Obscure Province, in Latin, Provincia Tenebrosa. Concerning it, however, there is nothing written in Marco Polo, and this Province of Darkness is the most western bound of the Grand Cham's land. Now, the Grand Cham, he was the king of Tartaria. And between this province and Dusky Norway, there is only 12 miles of sea, so pretty close. Dusky Norway, interesting use of words. From North Norway, you cannot reach the indrawn sea, which lies beyond Greenland, for it lies still further northward. This North Norway stretches as far as the mountain range which encompasses the North Pole. Okay, and as we saw on those maps, there was a mountain range encompassing the North Pole. The borders of this mountain range are for 17 miles by land, the rest is by sea, and it goes down into there and sort of describes it a little bit, and how there's a land mass up there, 4 islands, etc., etc., and it goes on a bit. So I'll leave this for you. Like I said, there's a bit you can read, and so this is 1500s, 1577, and he's saying that from all the information he can gather, there is a land in the north, up near the Arctic Circle, with a mountain range surrounding it. And this is Shambhala, and Shambhala, well, this isn't Shambhala. This is an article on Shambhala, and Shambhala was a place that's talked about in both the Hindu and the Buddhist histories and philosophies. Shambhala, which is a Sanskrit word meaning place of peace or place of silence, is a mythical paradise spoken of in ancient texts, including the Kalachakra Tantra and the ancient scriptures of the Zhang-Zung culture, which predate Tibetan Buddhism in western Tibet. According to the legend, it is a land where only the pure of heart can live, a place where love and wisdom reigns, and where people are immune to suffering, want, or old age. Shambhala is said to be the land of 1,000 names. It has been called the Forbidden Land, the land of the white waters, land of the radiant spirits, land of the free fire, land of the living gods, land of the wonders, and the Hindus called it Ayuvartha, the land of the worthy ones. The Chinese know it as He Xian, the Western Paradise of He Wang Mu, and the Russian Old Believers it is known as Belovoid. But throughout Asia it is best known by its Sanskrit name Shambhala or Shangri-La. Now Shangri-La is from a book in 1933 where it was basically renamed. So as you can see, this legend or this land has names in all cultures. The prophecy of Shambhala. The concept of Shambhala plays an important role in Tibetan religious teachings and has particular relevance in Tibetan mythology about the future. The Kalachakra prophesies the gradual deterioration of mankind as the ideology of materialism spreads over the earth. When the barbarians who follow this ideology are unified under an evil king and think there is nothing left to conquer, the mists will lift and reveal the snowy mountains of Shambhala. The barbarians will attack Shambhala with a huge army equipped with terrible weapons. Then the king of Shambhala will emerge from Shambhala with a huge army to vanquish dark forces and usher in a worldwide golden age. Through the Kalachakra prophecies of future war, this appears in conflict with the vows of the Buddhist teachings that prohibit violence. This has led to some theologians to interpret the war symbolically. But Shambhala, over many centuries, numerous explorers and seekers of spiritual wisdom have embarked on expeditions and quests in search of the mythical paradise of Shambhala. And while many have claimed to have been there, no one has yet provided any evidence of its existence or been able to pinpoint its physical location on a map. However, most references place Shambhala in the mountainous regions of Eurasia. Ancient Zhangzhung texts identify Shambhala with the Suche Valley of Punjab or the Himachal Pradesh, India. Mongolians identify Shambhala with certain valleys. Tibetan sacred texts speak of a mystical kingdom called Shambhala hidden behind snow peaks somewhere north of Tibet, where the most sacred Buddhist teachings, the Kalachakra or Wheel of Time, are preserved. It is prophesied that a future king of Shambhala will come with a great army to free the world from barbarism and tyranny, and will usher in a golden age. Similarly, the Hindu Puranas say that a future world redeemer, the Kalki Avatara, the 10th and final manifestation of Vishnu, will come from Shambhala. Both the Hindu and Buddhist traditions say it contains a magnificent central palace radiating a powerful diamond-like light. The mythical paradise of Shambhala is known under many different names. It has been called the Forbidden Land, the Land of White Waters, the Land of Radiant Spirits, the Land of Living Fire, and the Land of Living Gods. Buddhist texts say that Shambhala can only be reached by a long and difficult journey across the wilderness, deserts, and mountains, and warn that only those who are called and have the necessary spiritual preparation will be able to find it. Others will find only blinding storms, empty mountains, or even death. One text says that the kingdom of Shambhala is round, but it is usually depicted as an 8-petaled lotus blossom, a symbol of the heart chakra. Indeed, an old Tibetan story states that the kingdom of Shambhala is in your own heart. So again, there's a link, the spiritual to the physical there. Directions are a mixture of realism and fantasy, can be read at one level, and instructions for taking an inner journey from the familiar world on the surface consciousness through the wilds of the subconscious to a hidden sanctuary of the superconscious. That's the journey, the spiritual journey to Shambhala. But nevertheless, the idea of Shambhala is also located in the material world is firmly rooted in the Tibetan tradition. Opinions on where the kingdom might lie, however, differ greatly. And it says many people think that it might be in Mongolia or Tibet in the Himalayan mountain range. But most believe that Shambhala is in Siberia or some other part of Russia. Some lamas believe it is hidden in the desolate, uninhabited wastelands of the Arctic. According to Lama Kunga Rinpoche, Shambhala is probably at the North Pole, since the North Pole is surrounded by ice and Shambhala is surrounded by ice mountains. Finally, a few lamas believe that Shambhala exists outside the Earth on another planet or in another dimension. So there you go. Shambhala is described as being icy, surrounded by ice-covered mountains, and most of the lamas, the people who actually read the texts, believe that it is at the North Pole. And this is the world map from 1587. And down here we have Ireland, Scotland and England. So this is Great Britain. As you can see, Ireland, Scotia and England. And if we come up here, you'll see that at the top of Scotland there's islands. Then we've got Hitlanda, Frisland, which pops up and down, up and off maps over the ages. And then up here we have Norway, Islanda, which is probably Iceland. Another island here called Irea, I think. Irea. Vorager, what's that, a vortex? Like a whirlpool maybe? But the thing is, when you get to the top here, you just got to cross this strait, and this is Mare Septentrionale Giaciato. Mare is, or Mare is water. And then across here we have land at the North Pole. This is it, as you'll see. So here we have, and this is just to show you how easy it would have been for King Arthur to actually get to the North Pole. Got Scotland, let's jump across to these islands, then you can either go this way or this way, and up across this strait, and this is, basically there's a bit of land here, and then in the middle here we have the four land masses of Hyperborea. So pretty interesting. Here we have Terra Incognito, and what looks to be some kind of griffin, and there it says Griffo. So we've got a griffin there, and this is the North Pole region as they drew it in 1587. As you can see, lots of land up here in the North Pole. And of course now this has all disappeared, but what's happened is the space has gone too. They've pulled these continents in because these continents are different here than we see them today. And I will take another look at this map with some new information that has come on board recently. We may actually be looking at something that's different than what we think it is. But anyway, just on this map and the way it's drawn, this is Europe, Great Britain, and you can pop straight up to the North Pole. And I did want to show you one more thing, because they mentioned the pygmies, or we saw the pygmies on another map. And around here, pygmy. So we have maybe they're saying this is Greenland, Groenlandia, quasi-pygmies. So there you go. And this has actually got some other interesting people on this map as well. If we go down to the bottom, this is the bottom of South America. Looks a little bit different, but you'll see we have the region of the giants. And some strange birds. So there you go, guys. Bit of a look at the North Pole and what was really going on. You know, they tell us that there's no land there. They tell us there's nothing there now except for water and ice. And, you know, the poor polar bears, all the ice is melting and they've got nowhere to sit. And this is what they tell us. But clearly, like back in the day, everyone was drawing land masses at the North Pole. And now we're told it's just the realm for Santa Claus. All right, hope you enjoyed that one, guys. Yeah, this is just part one. I've got a few more things, some interesting information I want to share with you about, you know, the Arctic and the Antarctic and what might be going on energetically. So that'll be coming up for you soon. So thanks for spending some time with me. Have an awesome day, and I shall talk to you all on the next upload. Bye for now. Hello and welcome. My name's Campbell and this is Autodidactic Channel. Hope you're having a fantastic day. And of course, autodidactic means to be self-educated. And we all need to be self-educated because if we're not, the only choice we have left is to believe what other people tell us. And as we're learning more and more, there is a lot that has been left out of what we have been told about everything, about history, about who we are, where we are, and of course, most other things have been distorted. So it's time more than ever to be self-educated and to be a critical thinker. And as always, a big, huge thank you to everyone who does support this channel in whichever way you can, through sharing, liking, leaving me comments, and of course, everyone who does support me through PayPal, Patreon, and my merch store. Really, really do appreciate your support. And if you would like to help out, there are links below. And today I'm going to get into Admiral Byrd in the Arctic and his diary of what happened to him. And of course, I've looked into extra land and, you know, islands and weird things up in the Arctic. And of course, we're not allowed up to the Arctic or out to the Antarctic. So, yeah, I thought I'd just have a read of his diary. So sit back and enjoy. And this is the secret diary of Admiral Richard B. Byrd. And it says, Admiral Byrd died in December of 1956. This was just after he finished his private diary about which he was sworn to secrecy by the United States Navy. The notes in that diary indicated that his seaplane exploration journey to the North Pole went off course and entered a cavity in the Earth at the North Pole. This information about a hollow Earth is an astonishing account of a truly amazing encounter. It is, in fact, too beautiful and wondrous to describe. So, of course, this has been interpreted as inner Earth, but you know, what is inner Earth, right? We now know that there's caves everywhere underground. There's, you know, huge facilities. You know, there is an inner Earth. So let's get into it. Admiral Byrd's diary. And this is just an extract from the diary, not the whole diary, just the interesting bits. 0600 hours. All preparations are complete for our flight northward, and we are airborne with full fuel tanks at 0610 hours. 0620 hours. Fuel mixture on starboard engine seems too rich. Adjustment made and Pratt Whitneys are running smoothly. 0730 hours. Radio check with base camp. All is well and radio reception is normal. 0740 hours. Note slight oil leak in the starboard engine. Oil pressure indicator seems normal, however. 0800 hours. Slight turbulence noted from easterly direction at altitude of 2,321 feet. Correction to 1,700 feet. No further turbulence, but tailwind increases. Slight adjustment in throttle controls. Aircraft performing very well now. 0815 hours. Radio check with base camp. Situation is normal. 08:30 hours, turbulence encountered again. 09:10 hours, vast ice and snow below. We note a coloration of yellowish nature and disperse into a linear pattern. Altering course for a better examination of this color pattern, we note a reddish or purple color also. We circle this area 2 full turns and return to assigned compass heading. Position check made again to base camp and relay information concerning colorations in the ice and snow. 09:10 hours. Both magnetic and gyro compasses begin to gyrate and wobble. We are unable to hold our heading by instrumentation. Take bearing with sun compass, yet all seems well. The controls are seemingly slow to respond and have sluggish qualities, but there is no indication of icing. 09:15 hours. In the distance is what appears to be mountains. 09:49 hours. 29 minutes have elapsed flight time from the first sighting of the mountains. It is no illusion, they are mountains, and consisting of a small range that I have never seen before. 09:55 hours, altitude changed to 2,950 feet, encountering strong turbulence again. 1000 hours, we are crossing over the small mountain range and still proceeding northward as best as can be ascertained. Beyond the mountain range is what appears to be a valley with a small river or stream running through the center portion. There should be no green valley below. Something is definitely wrong and abnormal here. We should be over ice and snow. To the port side are great forests growing on the mountain slopes. Our navigation instruments are still spinning. The gyroscope is oscillating back and forth. 10:05 hours. I alter altitude to 1400 feet and execute a sharp left turn to better examine the valley below. It is green with either moss or a type of tight-knit grass. The light here seems different. I cannot see the sun anymore. We make another left turn and we spot what seems to be a large animal of some kind below us. It appears to be an elephant. No, it looks more like a mammoth. This is incredible. Yet, there it is. Decrease altitude to 1000 feet and take binoculars to better examine the animal. It is confirmed. It is definitely a mammoth-like animal. Report this to base camp. 10:30 hours, encountering more rolling green hills now. The external temperature indicator reads 74 degrees Fahrenheit. Continuing on our heading now, navigation instruments seem normal for now. I'm puzzled over their reactions. Attempt to contact base camp, radio is not functioning. 11:30 hours, countryside below is more level and normal, if I may use that word. Ahead we spot what seems to be a city. This is impossible. Aircraft seems light and oddly buoyant. The controls refuse to respond. My God. Off our port and starboard wings are a strange type of aircraft. They are closing rapidly alongside. They are disc-shaped and have a radiant quality to them. They are close enough now to see the markings on them. It is a type of swastika. This is fantastic. Where are we? What has happened? I tug at the controls again. They will not respond. We are caught in an invisible vice grip of some type. 11:35 hours. Our radio crackles and a voice comes through in English with what perhaps is a slight Nordic or Germanic accent. The message is, "Welcome, Admiral, to our domain. We shall land you in exactly 7 minutes. Relax, Admiral, you are in good hands." I note that the engines of our plane have stopped running. The aircraft is under some strange control and is now turning itself. The controls are useless. 11:40 hours, another radio message is received. We begin the landing process now, and in moments the plane shudders slightly and begins a descent as though caught in some great unseen elevator. The downward motion is negligible and we touch down with only a slight jolt. 11:45 hours, I am making a hasty last entry in the flight log. Several men are approaching on foot toward our aircraft. They are tall with blonde hair, and in the distance is a large shimmering city pulsating with rainbow hues of color. I do not know what is going to happen now, but I see no signs of weapons on those approaching. I hear now a voice ordering me and my name to open the cargo door. I comply. From this point, I write all of the following events here from memory. It defies the imagination and would seem all but madness if it had not happened. The radio man and I are taken from the aircraft and we are received in a most cordial manner. We were then boarded on a small platform-like conveyance with no wheels. It moves us forward towards the glowing city with great swiftness. As we approach, the city seems to be made of crystal material. Soon we arrive at a large building that is a type I have never seen before. It appears to be right out of the design board by Frank Lloyd Wright, or perhaps more correctly, out of a Buck Rogers setting. We're given some type of warm beverage which tasted like nothing I have ever savoured before. It is delicious. After about 10 minutes, two of our wondrous appearing hosts come to our quarters and announce that I am to accompany them. I have no choice but to comply. I leave my radio man behind and we walk a short distance and enter into what seems to be an elevator. We descend downward for some moments, then the machine stops and the door lifts silently upwards. We then proceed down a long hallway that is lit by a rose-coloured light that seems to be emanating from the very walls themselves. One of the beings motions for us to stop before a great door. Over the door is an inscription that I cannot read. The great door slides noiselessly open and I am beckoned to enter. One of my hosts speaks. Have no fear, Admiral. You are to have an audience with the master. I step inside and my eyes adjust to the beautiful coloration that seems to be filling the room completely. Then I begin to see my surroundings. What greeted my eyes is the most beautiful sight of my entire existence. It is in fact too beautiful and wondrous to describe. It is exquisite and delicate. I do not think there exists a human term that can describe it in any detail with justice. My thoughts are interpreted in a cordial manner by a warm, rich voice of melodious quality. I bid you welcome to our domain, Admiral. I see a man with delicate features and with the etching of years upon his face. He is seated at a long table. He motions me to sit down in one of the chairs, and after I am seated, he places his fingertips together and smiles. He speaks softly again and conveys the following. We have let you enter here because you are of noble character and well known on the surface world, Admiral. Surface world? I half gasped under my breath. Yes, the master replies with a smile. You are in the domain of the Ariana, the inner world of the earth. We shall not long delay your mission and you will be safely escorted back to the surface and for a distance beyond. But now, Admiral, I shall tell you why you have been summoned here. Our interest rightly begins just after your race exploded the first atomic bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan. It was at that alarming time that we sent our flying machines, the Flugellards, to your surface to investigate what your race had done. That is, of course, past history now, my dear Admiral, but I must continue on. You see, we have never interfered before in your race's wars and barbarity, but now we must, for you have learned to tamper with a certain power that is not for man, namely that of atomic energy. Our emissaries have already delivered messages to the powers of your world, and yet they do not heed. You have been chosen to be witness here that our world does exist. You see, our culture and science is many thousands of years beyond your race, Admiral. I interrupted, but what does this have to do with me, sir? The master's eyes seemed to penetrate deeply into my mind, and after studying me for a few moments, he replied, your race has now reached the point of no return, for there are those among you who would destroy your very world rather than relinquish their power as they know it. I nodded, and the master continued. In 1945 and afterwards, we tried to contact your race, but our efforts were met with hostility. our flugerades were fired upon, yes, even pursued with malice and animosity by your fighter planes. And of course, we have the incident back in the 1950s where a fleet of flying machines hovered over the White House and they were actually fired upon. So here we go. So now I say to you, my son, there is a great storm gathering in your world, a black fury that will not spend itself for many years. There will be no answer in your arms. There will be no safety in your science. It may rage on until every flower of your culture is trampled and all human things are leveled in vast chaos. Your recent war was only a prelude of what is yet to come for your race. We here see it more clearly with each hour. Do you say I am mistaken? No, I answered. It happened once before. The Dark Ages came and they lasted for more than 500 years. Yes, my son, replied the master. The Dark Ages that will come now for your race will cover the earth like a pall, but I believe that some of your race will live through the storm. Beyond that, I cannot say. We see at a great distance a new world stirring from the ruins of your race, seeking its lost and legendary treasures, and they will be here, my son, safe in our keeping. When that time arrives, we shall come forward again to help you revive your culture and your race. Perhaps by then you will have learned the futility of war and its strife, and after that time, certain of your culture and science will be returned for your race to begin anew. You, my son, are to return to the surface world with this message. With these closing words, our meeting seemed at an end. I stood for a moment as in a dream, but yet I knew this was reality. And for some strange reason, I bowed slightly, either out of respect or humility, I do not know which. Suddenly, I was again aware that the two beautiful hosts who had brought me here were again at my side. This way, Admiral, motioned one. I turned once more before leaving and looked back towards the master. A gentle smile was etched on his delicate and ancient face. Farewell, my son, he spoke. Then he gestured with a lovely, slender hand, a motion of peace, and our meeting was truly ended. Quickly, we walked back through the great door of the master's chamber and once again entered into the elevator. The door slid silently downward and we were once again going upwards. One of my hosts spoke again. We must now make haste, Admiral, as the master desires you to delay no longer on your scheduled timetable, and you must return with his message to your race. I said nothing. All of this was almost beyond belief, and once again, my thoughts were interrupted as we stopped. I entered the room and was again with my radio man. He had an anxious expression on his face. As I approached, I said, "It's all right, Howie, it's all right." The two beings motioned us towards the awaiting conveyance. We boarded and soon arrived back at the aircraft. The engines were idling and we boarded immediately. The whole atmosphere seemed to charge now with a certain air of urgency. After the cargo door was closed, the aircraft was immediately lifted by that unseen force until we reached an altitude of 2,700 feet. Two of the aircraft were alongside for some distance, guiding us on our return way. I must state here the airspeed indicator registered no reading, yet we were moving along at a very rapid rate. 215 hours, a radio message comes through. We are leaving you now, Admiral. Your controls are free. Auf Wiedersehen. We watched for a moment as the flugerades disappeared into the pale blue sky. The aircraft suddenly felt as though caught in a sharp downdraft for a moment. We quickly recovered her control. We did not speak for some time. Each man was in his thoughts. At 2,200 hours, we are again over a vast area of snow and ice and approximately 27 minutes from base camp. We radio them, they respond. We report all conditions normal. Base camp expresses relief at our re-established contact. 300 hours, we land smoothly at base camp. I have a mission. I have a mission. End log entries. March 11, 1947. I've just attended a staff meeting at the Pentagon. I've stated fully my discovery and the message from the master. All is duly recorded. The president has been advised. I am now detained for several hours, or 6 hours and 39 minutes to be exact. I'm interviewed intently by top security forces and a medical team. It was quite an ordeal. I am placed under strict control via the national security provisions of the United States of America. I am ordered to remain silent in the regard to all that I have learned on the behalf of humanity. Incredible. I am reminded that I am a military man and I must obey orders. "30th of the 12th, 1956, final entry in the diary. These last few years elapsed since 1947 have not been kind. I now make my final entry in this singular diary. In closing, I must state that I have faithfully kept this matter secret as directed all these years. It has been completely against my values of moral right. Now I seem to sense the long night coming on, and this secret will not die with me, but as all truth shall, it will triumph, and so it shall. This can be the only hope for mankind. I have seen the truth, and it has quickened my spirit and has set me free. I have done my duty towards the monstrous military industrial complex. Now the long night begins to approach. There shall be no end, just as the long night of the Arctic ends. The brilliant sunshine of truth shall come again, and those who are of darkness shall fall in its light. For I have seen that land beyond the pole, that center of the great unknown." By Admiral Richard E. Byrd, United States Navy, 24th of December, 1956. And, castles, spires, these statues that have no, they got nothing to do with the civilizations that they're in.
Yeah, and mate, some of these old buildings, like these, there's a channel called Bros of Decay where they go into old buildings. They don't really know what they're looking at, but a lot of these buildings, the power still works.
Yep, there's some really good channels that are like explorer type channels.
Yeah, mate. Yeah,
that's fascinating. Abandoned castles and mansions and things. Some of them go down into tunnels.
Oh, yep.
And some of those are just ridiculous. When you find out what's actually going on underground, there may be a whole nother civilization running.
Mate, it appears like as bizarre as it seems, man. That just seems like what's going on. That's what's happened. Like, like I said to you before, where did we come from, mate? It looks like, have we come from further lands out further on the realm, or have we come from underground?
I think that we were here, or maybe, in outer lands, because that's another thing. When you start looking into maps, they all show more land. The further back you go, obviously, if you've looked into the shape of the realm, you'll know that there's probably more land. Admiral Byrd.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, there's definitely more land, brother.
And they talk about the dome and the firmament. So is this like one little part of a bigger plane that was sectioned off? And we were brought in from somewhere else. And now all the lands on the outside, they can't get in, we can't get out, because of course we're not allowed to go to Antarctica or to the Arctic. If you try and go there, you'll be met by the Army and the Air Force and the Navy, and they will, if you don't turn around when they tell them, they will blow up your boat. Yeah, they will shoot down your plane.
And if you want to go to Antarctica, mate, like it's very expensive for one, and I think there's 15 different tour operators that apparently do tours there, but it's all owned by the one guy.
Yep. And then apparently the place they take you, there's like one little point that comes out, and so if you're going there at all, it's on the very sort of out a tip that's as far from Antarctica as you can get.
I met a he's a world famous neurosurgeon actually, and I met him at a school function. He was one of the dads actually, and this is back when I lived in Sydney. And mate, he said he went to Antarctica, and I laughed, and he knew straight away. He just sort of looked at me and goes, "No, well, I didn't go. You don't go to Antarctica." He goes, "You just go on a little peninsula bit." And it was like he was just disappointed, mate.
He spent all his money. He didn't have a good story to tell. That'd suck. I mean, like the Falkland Islands, right? I mean, why? I mean, go and check out where the Falkland Islands are. Those things are in the middle of nowhere, down near Antarctica, off the coast of South America. But everyone knows about the Falklands War, right? Fought by the English. That place is as far from England as you can get. What was there a war on in the Falkland Islands? No one lives there. Why was there a war there? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, what's going on there?
You know, and then we hear about all these, you know, deletes and actors and all these types. They're always going to Antarctica. Always. You know, so what is going down in Antarctica? Like I said, is there more land? I mean, it looks like there's more land on both, not ends, but, you know, at both extremities. So, you know, the whole shape of the world, we're not even really sure if it's a disc with Antarctica in the middle. When you really look into it, it's, you know, with Hyperborea and all the stories, it seems that the Arctic is more like a gateway to another land. You know, it's where more land starts. So it's not like it's this. I don't know if it is. The maps we've got of where we are completely off.
That's it, bro. That's one thing we just don't know, do we?
They tell us it's in the middle, but I think it's, you know, our land masses kind of go around like that, and it's kind of there, but it then there's more of it. If it's hard to explain, I have to do a video on it. But yeah, definitely, it's not. And we know they've found the ice, the dome wall.
Yeah. Well, there's encyclopedias from the fort. I think there's encyclopedias from the 50 that actually show latitude and longitude, and they refer to the height, and they know the dome heights, bro.
Yep, indeed. Yep, they know the circumference, the height. Say they had Operation Fishbowl and Operation High Jump. Yep. They've shot nukes at it, and the story is that when you blow a hole in it, it repairs itself.
Wow.
It just repairs itself. And then we have these things of what's it, sky ice, I think they call it.
Yeah.
Blue glass stuff.
I think you did a bit on that.
Yeah, you find it everywhere. It just falls from the sky, apparently. Right.
Nice. And
so, you know, who knows? Because the way I see it is, I think we can see a part of the dome, but if it's a big dome, I think the dome's bigger and encompasses more land than we're told.
Definitely. Yeah.
So we can only get to one part of the dome. We can't get to the other part because you got to go through other lands, right? So that's why the dome we can get to is at one point on, you know, in the Antarctica. And that's where they are. That's where they are, down where that edge of the dome is, trying to get through.
Yeah, man.
That's why we don't hear about them out, you know, sidewards of, you know, South America or these other places where we know the ice wall is, because we've got photos of the ice wall. We've got video of it going back to the 1950s.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome. My name's Campbell. This is Autodidactic Channel. And of course, autodidactic means to be self-educated. And we all need to be self-educated, because if we're not, the only choice we have left is to believe what other people tell us. And so that's what I want to get into today, of course, what we've been told and, you know, the lies of the realm that we find ourselves in, right? And there's a lot of information coming out about the shape of the realm and all this kind of stuff, and lots of discussions and experiments going on. But what I want to show you today is just something that's been done to an old map. You know, this is what they do to basically make the past align with what they want the present to be. And so the problem with that is obviously the past is not real, right? They're changing it to them, trying to make us believe it's something that it's not. His story, right, instead of our story. And don't forget to give me a like, share this video around, and of course subscribe if you're not already. And if you are subscribed, just make sure that you still are, because you know, the tubes of you seem to be unsubscribing people from my channel. So just make sure you're still subscribed. All right, so here we are. We're on davidrumsey.com, and this says the largest early world map, Monty's 10-foot planosphere of 1587. So this is it, and this is a 10-foot map. Okay, so probably 10-foot diagonally from corner to corner, so very large, which is something interesting in itself. It says an extraordinary 60-sheet manuscript world-made map in 1587. So when they found this, it was cut into 60 sheets, and they all fit together to make a 10-foot square. And basically, this was then bought by David Rumsey, who's one of the big map collectors, one of the big map, you know, people, right? One of the gatekeepers. And so what we look at when we come down on this page, you'll see these bits. Now, clearly now I don't know if this is one of the pieces, but I doubt it. It doesn't actually show us the pieces, but I think they're more like this. They're squares that fit together, but they start making these wedge shapes out of them. So we'll just come to the bottom to show you what they've done. So they give us this and try and show us that, you know, because we've all seen these maps with this scalloping. Now, why they do that is because you need to do that to turn a rectangle into a sphere, right? You need to take out a lot of the space, right? A lot of the map. And this scalloping, to turn this into a ball, this scalloping would have to go to the equator from both sides, right? And because this is just you know, a flat bit with the edges turned in a bit. So what they did is they got this map, and this is it. Okay, we just had a look. This is the full map. Of course, our known realm in the middle looks a little bit different, but you know, that's pretty much it. And all this land on the outside. So, of course, on this map, the biggest part of it is all this land on the outside, right? Which, you know, now I guess is covered in ice, right? And might be the ice wall. And so you can see the first thing they do is they cut off all the edge. They cut around this white bit. Okay, then they start cutting the land out that's out there. Then they cut it all off. And you can see, so this is the equator. I think that's the equator. And now they've cut off, we've lost half of Africa. And then they cut basically more, and they cut it into a place, into these smaller and smaller bits, basically, so then they can fit it onto a sphere, right? So they get this, they put it over the top, but then they've also, you can see that these are wedges. So they cut out these wedges, and then the rest of the map has to become these funny shapes to make a ball. Because to turn this into a sphere, you need to make this outside ring a dot, just like is in the middle there. So can you imagine how much of this map they have to cut off to make this, right? And this is what they've done. And they've even made a little video for us. Okay, so they're trying to, you know, do a Google Earth thing, and they've made this, they've stuck all the, you know, bits of their cut up map onto a sphere, and they're trying to show us this is what the world is. So they have circled the square, right? Or sphered the square, because this is a square map, and they have just cut you know, I mean, I don't know, at least 60% of it has been cut out, but they're trying to put it forward as a representation of their globe model. So again, now I don't think I can zoom in on that picture, but if you do, you can see on the joins that that's why they're not showing us the joins, right? That's why it's here. They don't match up properly. I mean, they can't, right? And then there's all these mythical creatures all over this map as well. So I do recommend having a look at it if you haven't already, but that's pretty much what the point I wanted to make is this is what they start with. And all old world, you know, all maps, and definitely the older maps, they're circles, but all maps are squares, right? To turn this into a sphere, you need to cut, you know, bits out up to the equator. And then when you get to the equator, you literally need to then, well, they cut all this off, didn't they? Or the bottom bit, but I mean, they literally cut all this land off the bottom. So there wouldn't even be in Australia on this. There couldn't be. That's no doubt why the video stopped spinning, right? But yeah, you would have to cut off all this land and then tons of this ocean. And even in here, they need to cut out, you know, around sort of 50% basically to get this to curve into a sphere. So this is what they do. This is why it's his story and not our stories, because they get, you know, representations of the realm from the past, and then they completely alter them and change them to suit their narrative. So there you go. That's about it, guys. That's really what I wanted to show you. And I might do some more videos on this map just because it's just a very interesting map. And we have all the kings on it. Like, so this is actually Urbano Monte, the map maker apparently, or his seal maybe, unless he's an angel. But then if we come over to, where are we? This one. And down the bottom, you'll see there's all these kings here, or, you know, leaders. Oh, and a couple of mermen having a bit of hanky panky. Interesting. This one's got, see, he's got double legs, like the Starbucks mermaid. So this is Ilri di Polonia. So maybe that's Poland. You know, so it'd be interesting to actually do some research on the names of these people around the outside. Here's another one, the Grand Prefi Sami, is that what they call it? Ethiopia. There you go. Ruler of Ethiopia. Is that? No, I thought that was, but I mean, look at his hat. He's got a little cross on there. Jewelry, gold everywhere. Bit of antiquitech maybe. But just a very cool map. So again, the site is davidrumsey.com, RUMSEY, and has just tons and tons of stuff. All these hidden lands on the outside. Look at this, just a hidden island, more mermen, seahorse, and I don't know what that is, some kind of antlered animal. So there you go, guys. Hope you enjoyed that one. Thanks for spending some time with me. Thank you for everyone who does support me and this channel. I do really appreciate it. Stay awesome, and I'll talk to you all on the next upload. Bye for now. Hello and welcome. Hope you're having a fabulous day. This is Campbell from Autodidactic Channel. And of course, autodidactic means to be self-educated. And we all need to be self-educated because self-education is the way forward. If you're not self-educated, then you're not really thinking for yourself. And so today what I wanted to do is, maybe stretch the thinking a little bit. In front of us, this is a map from 1587 called Monty's Planisphere. And as you can see, this is the original map. It's actually lots of sections. It's pretty big, and it's drawn as a circle. And we can see familiar land masses in here that we're shown. We've got North America, Central America here, South America, Africa over here, you know, Europe, Asia, And then down here, we kind of have a problem because this is where Australia is supposed to be. And I'll just turn it around. So this is where Australia is supposed to be. As you can see, we've got India and Asia here, Southeast Asia. So we've got Java, Sumatra. And this is 1497 too, by the way. So all these names were known. Java Minor. And then no Australia, but we have this landmass. And what's it called? New Guinea. The territory or the land of New Guinea. And on this side of this line, it's called Brasilia region. Brasilia. So pretty interesting. This is what I wanted to have a look into. So let's jump into it. All right, now I've shown this map before, but I was actually watching a video from Divergent channel, so go over and check him out. He's been putting out a lot of content, lots of anomalies and things, but he did a video down here, it wasn't that long ago, but he's put out so many videos called Australia is Fake or something like this. Oh my gosh, now I can't find it. This one here, Australia does not exist on a crater flat earth globe with curved water. And he was showing in that, it was pretty interesting. What he was showing was, first of all, the land masses, how this is now Australia. And secondly, the creatures that we find down here. And things like this, which is, of course, a rabbit. And he mentioned that in Australia, we actually have, I think we have the two longest fences in the world, but one of them is called the rabbit fence or the rabbit proof fence. The state barrier fence of Western Australia, formerly known as the rabbit proof fence or the state vermin fence, and also the emu fence, is a pest exclusion fence constructed between 1901 and 1907 to keep rabbits and other agricultural pests from the east out of Western Australia's pastoral areas. There are 3 fences in the West Australian original fence. The original number 1 fence, which goes north to south. Number 2 fence is smaller and further west, and number 3 is smaller still and runs east to west. The fences took 6 years to build. When completed in 1907, the rabbit-proof fence stretched 3,256 kilometres, and the cost to build each kilometre of fence at the time was about $250, equivalent to $18,906 in 2018. And when it was completed in 1907, it was the largest unbroken fence in the world. And down here we have a rabbit. Now, why I find that interesting is because, of course, here's another one. In Australia, we have other creatures like this, which looks like a wallaby. Not the best looking wallaby, but the kangaroos and wallabies. There's another rabbit. So these rabbits are everywhere. That's a bit more hair-like. But rabbits jump or hop, and so do kangaroos. And so they both move the same way. And when you think about it, but we're told that rabbits came from Europe, but did they really? Maybe they traveled the other way, because apart from the fact that rabbits give birth to live young, that's really the major difference. And these are more ground animals that sort of, when rabbits, they don't run, but they move the same as a kangaroo. When a kangaroo walks on the ground, slowly it'll put its hands down and sort of jump with its back legs, just like a rabbit does, but a rabbit does it very quickly.
So,
their legs kind of bounce backwards rather than like ours that bend forwards, if that makes sense. So yeah, similarities there. The other thing is, you know, down here we've got crocodiles, some beasts. I'm not sure what that is. It's covered in spots. Maybe, you know, representing a Tasmanian tiger, but they had stripes on them. Maybe there was a different variant, who knows? But, you know, we've got things like, I don't know what they are. Goats, maybe. We've definitely got goats in Australia. We've definitely got camels all through Australia, all through the outback. And the same story, they were just supposed to be brought here in the 1800s, you know, to help people, you know, tradespeople and, you know, to get into the interior and explore and all that stuff. But, you know, the question again remains is, how do you get a camel to Australia from Europe? Do you put it on a boat in the 1800s, you know, a little sailboat? And would it survive 6 to 9 months at sea without being able to move? You know, that's a question I ask a lot. We've also got things like griffins. So a few, you know, what we call mythical creatures. But what I really wanted to look at was just, yeah, territory of New Guinea. Now, this one is Brasilia, and this island down here is part of Brasilia. So there's more lands. So, and Brazil is still here. Brazil, this is already called America. This is 1497, is that correct? Sorry, 1587. So yeah, this is 100 years after the whole Columbus story. And of course, you know, you can see the ring here of land around the outside, of course, on a flat disk, that's what Antarctica would be. So these continents, did they just get frozen over? Did something happen and they got frozen over? Because you can see there's pathways through here as well. Is there more land outside, like on the maps that we've seen, the ancient Japanese map, and there's other maps as well that show even more land. And there's a story called the Iron Republic, which talks about people who actually say that they sailed through here in the 1600s, found more land and started a new society away from what they called, you know, they were escaping tyranny. Of course, we have Hyperborea up here as well. Now, in this map, I just want to see, what's this called? Okay, the circle of the Arctic. Okay, we'll come back to that later. So yeah, that's the map. So Brazil, Australia around here, and this is all just Guinea, and there's not really any mention of, you know, Terra Australis on this one. But it's an interesting map. I'll leave the link in the description, so check it out. It's also got all the kings around here. It tells you, you know, about the countries that they were ruling and stuff. It's got more sort of star charts and things here. Very detailed map. You can zoom right in on it. You can check out all the names of all the places. You know, there's cities everywhere. This is Greenland across here. Up here. So Greenland's got a completely different shape. This is New Zembla, which kind of appears and disappears. And also Iceland, and Frisland, which again appears and disappears. And this is Hitlandia. Yeah, it's in a couple of maps. Terra Verde, I'm not sure what that is. And one other thing I'll point out, it's a very interesting map, is always in Hyperborea, you always see this. One landmass has always got pygmies, the land of the pygmies. Habitat, Dalri Afu. Not sure what that is, but pygmy. And then if you look on the other ones, no pygmies there. Oh, this one's got pygmies too. Oh, there you go. I lie. I've been caught out. But yeah, always mentions pygmies up there. And if you go to South America, it tells us that there's giants down in South America, which is down here. Patagonia, the region of the giants. And while I'm down here, let's just turn this around a bit. You'll see this, sorry, it's not the best position, you'll see this is called Terra del Fuego, which means the land of fire. And you can see it's all red, the land of fire. Looks like there's an emu or an ostrich down there, a strange human-headed creature. But the land of fire, this is now all iced over. So again, this is all green, these regions. So, you know, this is telling us, and this looks like desert, you know, so it's sort of showing us that, you know, this didn't used to be frozen over around the outside. And this is, what, 500 years ago, a bit more. So yes, Australia. So Australia, so New Guinea at the moment, I mean, it's kind of where this is. This Gilolo region, but it's bigger than that. It's half of it's Papua New Guinea now. It's Papua New Guinea, not New Guinea, and the other half is East Timor. But now there's just a lot of islands there. So, you know, clearly, and you know, there is different shapes to the continents and the land masses. So, could be just water change, but. Yeah, so let's look at what the other maps show us about what was going on with Australia and New Guinea back in the day. So this one's from 1525, oval map with the Atlantic Ocean in the center. Doesn't tell us who it's by, author's name not given. It's in Arabic by the looks of it. But look at this landmass down the bottom here. Now this is, you know, obviously drawn as, you know, the early sort of globes, how they drew it as a globe. But you can see there's a landmass that covers the whole bottom here. So if this was a round map, that would be going all the way around. And up the top here, what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4 continents. And again, this line here will come more important. So there you go. This is 1525, landmass, no Australia. So this is where Australia would be here. This one is 1590. Now this one is an interesting one. As you can see, they're just showing the center, Africa, Europe, bit of Asia. Out here, just sort of got zone temperate zones, frigid zones down here. And it says not inhabitable, basically. And so what I find interesting is this. So we have the equator, which is here, which they're calling the Sieve Australis. Okay, so this line through the middle here, it's called Sieve Australis. Now, Sieve in Google Translate under Latin just comes out as or. So I'm not sure exactly, you know, obviously something to do with line or circle, I think. So this is the equator. Below it, oh no, this would be the equator here, sorry. The equatorial circulus, so yeah, the biggest circle. Above it we have the north, or the north circle, let's call it, the south circle, and then all these uninhabited land. Now down here we have Sieve Australis. Now this is from 1590, or is that an I? And Australia wasn't found. Well, the story is that the Dutch didn't get here until the late 1600s, 100 years after this map. But they were already calling it the line of Australia. So it was already, they knew it was down here, but, you know, they tell us that they didn't. And up the top here, the line of Borealis is what they call, this is what we now call the Arctic Circle, Borealis. So, of course, we have the Northern Lights, the Aurora Borealis. And in the old maps, it's been taken off here. Septentrio means north, I believe. Hyperborea, hyper above the boreal line. That's what Hyperborea is. So I found that map interesting. Now this one, I think I've got this one up twice, no? This one, that last one, by the way, was by Ortelius. Abraham Ortelius, 1590. This one, again, Abraham Ortelius, this is 1570. And this time he's got the Terra of Australia, the Australian territory, nondum cognito, so not found or, hidden. And again, it just goes the whole way across the bottom of the map. And across here, this is what Australia would be, and it's just called beach. And they got that right because we do have beaches. In here, we've got an island, something Java Minor. Now, Java Minor was in a different place, wasn't it, on another map? Was it this one? No, it was this big one, wasn't it? Java Minor, there. See, on the other one, this is connected up here somewhere. And Java Minor is on the inside. Here, Java Minor. Interesting. So this is just changing all the time. Java Major. This is looking a little bit what like New Guinea looks like now. But yeah, definitely named Australia. Not supposed to have been found, or they didn't supposed to have not known it was there. But the landmass isn't, it's just sort of, the land of Australia hidden. So there you go. This one has got Hyperborea and even New Zembla, and it seems to be part of Hyperborea in this one. So isn't that interesting? Because this large island of Hyperborea seems to be joined to New Zembla, which is almost joined to Tartaria. So there you go. I'll leave the links for all these maps in the description so you can check them out. They are quite interesting when you look at them. Here's Greenland, change shape again. Ireland, Frisland. Ireland keeps getting bigger and smaller. So yeah, lots of interesting stuff to be seen. This is 1597. This is Antonio Magini. And again, the same thing, Terra Australis, not supposed to have been discovered yet. Now we have New Guinea as an island. It's broken off. Circle of Antarctica, but again, it goes all the way across the bottom of, what they've drawn here is a globe. So there you go, up the top, of course. And again, New Zembla is now joined to Hyperborea, Tartaria. There you go. And Russia and Tartaria, that's interesting. And across here, more Hyperborea, Greenland, Iceland, all that kind of stuff. So Australia's still not there, but we've now got New Guinea. So, this is like changing, the maps just keep changing. I think we've jumped forward. No, this is 1594. And this one is Bernard Polidanus, Terra Australis. Okay, up over here we have, we don't have New Guinea. In Chile, the Solomonus might be the Solomon Islands. Is that where they are? Don't even know. These maps are very strange. Up the top here, we do have Hyperborea. Bit of writing there. I can't read that. It's not too hard to read. Greenland, fortified, Anglos, I don't know. Hootie village, vacant, Greenland, something. And of course, the circle is now the circle of the Arctic. It's no longer the circle of Borealis. Up here again, more Hyperborea above the line of Borealis. The lights of what's it called? The Aurora Borealis, is that correct? I keep thinking of the Australian watch, which is, I can't even think at the moment. But anyway, the Ocean of Tartaria. And now New Zembla is not connected. And this is all within, 30 years, these last few maps where, New Zealand was connected to Hyperborea, almost connected down here as well. And now it's, there's quite a bit of ocean in there. And down the bottom, what's happening? Territory of Australia again. Got a bit of writing, Australia. Distant, 450, what's that, leagues maybe? Is that capital? The capital? I'm not sure. St. Augustine maybe? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so some interesting writing there. Across here, regions. What was that? Wastimus regions. If anyone can read this, please let me know what it says. Blah, blah, blah. Beach again. Province of Frisia. But no Australia. Okay, New Guinea is now here. Now look. It's now joined again. Okay, so this is 1594. This one here is 15. Okay, this one is after 1597. Sorry, so now it's come apart. And these obviously flipped. Here it's just starting to split off or get inundated by water maybe, it might be sea levels rising. And down here, this will be the last one we look at because it's getting a bit long. But yeah, I'll leave all the links. You can spend hours looking at these maps. This one's got quite a bit, again, of writing. A lot of them do. So again, if anyone can read this. And what we'd have down the bottom, Terra Australis incognito. So the hidden land of Australia. So they knew it was already called Australia. They knew it was there. This is 1630 by Jansen Blow, something like that. So here it goes across the bottom, the whole way across the map. Again, they try and show you here that it's on a ball, but in this one, there's no landmass in the middle. There's no Arctic, no Antarctica in the middle. Just these land masses around the outside. Up here again, it's just called a beach. I don't know why. What does beach mean? I wonder. And this would be New Guinea right on the edge there. So connected again. And this, okay, so this one is 1630 and it's clearly connected. But if we go back to this one, 30 years earlier, it's an island. So what's going on? And you'll notice in all of these as well, they've all got Capricorn and Cancer as the tropics. This one, Capricorn, Cancer. Where is Cancer? Up here somewhere. This one is the different one with, oh no, that's the same Tropic of Cancer, sorry, Tropic of Capricorn. That one we can't read. And it's this one here that's got here, there it is. Okay, so it's got both here, the line of Borealis, and on this side it's got the circle of the Arctic. Oh yeah, the circle of the Arctic. Oh, okay, so it does Tropic of Capricorn and the line of whatever that says. Interesting. And the reason I point that out is because the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer are not from this age, and they're not from the last age. We're now in the age of Aquarius. We've just come out of the age of Pisces. And the Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer are from the previous age, which was Taurus, I believe. So all these maps seem to be, apart from the fact they don't sort of match up, and they're saying that, they're naming things that they say hidden and all this kind of stuff and different changing land masses, they don't seem to be from the right age. And there's a video I'll link below. Flat Fact does an awesome video on that. Around here you can see we've got lots of cool pictures. Got Zeus here in his wheelchair, and what's he holding but something that looks like a fascist maybe, or some kind of lightning bolt weapon. Zeus, of course, shot the lightning bolt down from Mount Olympus. Here we've got Saturn, the Reaper, with these dragons and nice symbolism. Very alchemical looking. I've got some pictures down here, but the best ones are these. Pharos. Is that in Greece? I'm not sure, but look at this. Looks like the Tower of Babel. Looks like it's covered. Big city, huge spires everywhere. This is 1630. The Jupiter Olympicus. Okay, so this would be the statue of Jupiter at the Olympics. You can see he's holding his bolt again, a bolt of lightning in his hand, which he shot down from the mountain. And people are wrestling each other, playing Olympics. The Temple of Diana. Massive old world temple. Little people running around, and this is their tools. They're sitting hitting wood with hammers. This one, a mausoleum. Not sure whereabouts this one is, but looks a lot like a pyramid. And speaking of pyramids, look at this, the pyramids. But what's going on here? This looks like some kind of kiln or some kind of industrial process going on. I'm not sure. And look, these are what they're calling pyramids. But look, they're all up on these. And clearly, people looks like you can go into them. Tall and skinny, like the ones that we see, more like the ones from Ethiopia rather than the ones that we see in Egypt and China and that. Very tall, very obelisk-like, and all built up on these big pedestals, these big bases. So pretty interesting. Here's a Colossus of Rhodes. Got to not have your mast too high going through there, or you might drop his fire on your boat. But yeah, completely built out, buildings everywhere, 1630s, and this is Babylonia. And it looks like we have the Tower of Babel as well. There you go, someone fighting a lion. No doubt that's allegory for the lions, who would be a kind of people, of course, that the royals today love their lions. And someone with a bow shooting the lion. Built out. Look at this doorway down here. But just, yeah, and then a few more pictures up the side there of some more gods and things. So there you go, some interesting maps. So hope you enjoyed that one. Just a bit of a look at the anomalies on maps and what's really going on. A bit about the creatures. Here's another scary creature fighting a lion. And we hear about these creatures, they're all through, the stories of the past, shall we say. So were they real? Were they not? Who knows? Is there more land out here that's been hidden? Is Antarctica still frozen? Is that what all this green, the green movement and the greenhouse effect and everything that they're telling us about, is that what this really is about? Is land going to rise back up in the middle? Who knows? These questions and more will be answered, coming to you soon in the future. So hope you enjoyed that one, guys. Thanks for spending some time with me. If you haven't already, please subscribe, give me a like, leave me a comment. Let me know what you think's happened with all these maps, and especially with the tropics. Why are we looking at tropics from a couple of ages ago? And as we saw, it looks like the Arctic Circle used to be the Borealis Circle, basically. And this is why this is Hyperborea, above the Borealis. So that means that when you think about it, when you're in here, you'd be looking the other way at the lights, I guess, the northern lights. So are they produced in here somewhere? What's going on? What are the northern lights? Interesting topic. So yeah, let me know what you think. Thanks for spending some time with me. And I do appreciate all your support, all your comments, likes, shares. So thank you all, and thank you especially to everyone who does support me on Patreon, PayPal, through my merch store and things like that. And if you would like to help out, there are links below in the description. So stay awesome, because you are, and I'll talk to you all on the next upload. Bye for now.
Hi guys, how you going? Campbell here from Autodidactic Channel. Hope you're all having a magnificent day. And today I just wanted to have a look at the shape of the realm that we're shown. And this is, of course, it. This is the blue marble. This is the Google Earths. And as you can see, this is what they show us. Now, when we zoom in, there's a lot of stuff going on Google Earth. Under the ground, look at this. I mean, this was just a random zoom in, and look at these right angles coming up here with this. This stuff you see all over the place, this kind of raking effect, or it looks like raking. But look what happens here, right next to it, completely blanked out. Why is that? You can see there's just these bits coming through here and everything else is blanked out. And then we get these big, they look like tracks, but when you look down, it looks like they've actually just blanked out everything around them and turned them into tracks. This is, of course, Antarctica, and I've shown this before. If you find the center, which is right there, and you come down, you just start to see all these funny shapes where they've joined it up. See all these lines radiating out everywhere. So they've clearly folded pictures in. But what I wanted to have a look at today was the northern extremities, the North Pole that we're told is the top of the globe. And of course with, the Google Earths, they tell us that that all these pictures, that this globe, these images come from satellites that are in space. Now, they don't say they're in high Earth orbit. They say they're in space because they say that they are orbiting the globe Earth. So why can't they give us proper pictures where they're not connected? As I just showed you the South Pole, the Antarctic, and that's clearly connected. And if we come down here, you'll see this. See this line. Now, I've actually shown this before in a video, but if you come down, you can clearly see they're covering something up. So what is this? Is this a seam? Is this a seam of some kind? Because this thing, it starts, here's more of those funny tracks, and again completely blanked out. There's just weird stuff everywhere. But this seam just starts. Look, it just starts here. And then this seems to be, I don't know, data or something. I'm not sure what this stuff is. And they could be little bits of picture that, I don't know, very strange. But as you come down, get down to here, like, yeah, what is this? Is this, I mean, obviously we can't see it very well, but I don't know, is that supposed to be ice and water, or is that land? Clouds? I don't know, because you get bits like that that look like bits of land. Maybe, I mean, I'm not sure. But what do you think? See that? Looks like a mountain. Looks like a dome. Just all this. So what is this? You can see there's another seam here appearing. But again, just this, look at this. This looks like land with lakes. Doesn't it? Looks like ice-covered land with lakes. And it looks like there's, mountains and things. It doesn't look flat. And it doesn't look like clouds. I mean, I don't know. What do you think? That could be clouds over land, maybe. What do you reckon? I don't know. Showing a bit of the water maybe, a bit of the land. Because it looks like there might be sort of a bit of shadowing around these. So they could be clouds. I'm not really, this is the thing. What is this? Again, look at that. What is that? Looks like a face. Ah! Again, here a big join. That, see, that looks like it's got depth, like it's a lake. In some land or something. And this, so, and clearly, look at this. This has just been completely blanked out what's around it. Now we just hit this big black seam. But down here, look at this. See how it's not flat? You can see contours. And again there, so what is that? What do you reckon? Clouds over land? Because it doesn't really look like ice in water, I don't know, but it could be. God knows what's happening there, a bit pixelated. But just, yeah, weirdness. That looks more like ice that's frozen in right angles. And this stuff just goes for a long, long way. Look at that bit. What's that? What do you reckon? Is it just... it doesn't look like random data, does it, with these, these colours? It looks like they've almost blanked out around the ocean or something. Left, or maybe blanked out around the land, and that's the water. Don't know. Nice. Look how blue that is. I could go through this for hours, but just, what is all this stuff? Again, look at this. They look like mountains, and look at this big semicircle shape. Is this all been covered up? Because see the right angles here? And why is there a seam? Why is there a seam up here in the North Pole? What we're told is the North Pole. Because, there you go. Again, it looks like there's contours. That looks like land. That looks like mountains. Doesn't it? Leave me a comment. What do you reckon this is? These clouds over land. You can see, look. You can see contours like they're mountains. And again, this here doesn't look like ice. That looks more like cloud or something that's been put down to cover something. And look, you get these bits of green, bits of blue. Is that land and water? Is this something that they just didn't quite get right? Because when you look at the Google Earths, there's so many mistakes and lines, and there's so much cover up. They're not even trying to hide it. Look at this. This is the join. Look at that. And so what? What is all this stuff? Look at that. And so, I don't know. That could be the shadow of this cloud, but what's going on with this one? That cloud's clearly not big enough to make this shadow. Doesn't look like it's that one. But again, they kind of look like clouds over water. Don't know what these green bits are. Shallow water. Land, I don't know. What do you reckon? Oh. Whoops. How do I get rid of this? Yeah, so this thing goes on for a long, long time. And again, look at that. That looks like clouds. Well, then it looks like they've been doctored, but what do you think? I mean, look at this. What's going on here? So anyway, this line keeps going, and it's the same kind of images the whole way. Look at that. I mean, does that look like ocean? Oh, look at this whole area. Look at that. That looks like a lake. Well, that looks like a lake. I don't know. See that? Oh, what's this? We've got a land bridge. Oh, is that where we escape? Is that like from this bit of land through to the next? Could be a clue. Come across here. Gotta make it across here to this island, and then you go island hopping. Because I mean, look at what is all this stuff? Okay, so it keeps going down all this way. And again, you get bits that just look like that. That looks like, I mean, that could be just cloud over ocean, I guess, with bits of water breaking, but I don't know. What's that thing? Okay, so down we come. And this thing goes straight through this piece of land. Okay, so they've got their colours wrong here as well. I don't know, is that an island maybe? And then it comes down. No, we can't see so much there. They've got the same, it's getting closer. They're getting it a bit better, but you can see it still goes right through this whole island. Oh, look at that. Right through the middle. And this is Wrangel Island, just out in the middle of nowhere. This is the top of Siberia, I guess. And yeah, this seam just keeps going. Look at that. All the way through. You can see this big wide sort of patch here. Is that some kind of inlay? I don't know. Keeps going out here. I mean, look, it just keeps going. And then it gets wide again. That, you know, that could be ocean. I don't know what this discoloration is, though. It doesn't look like deep ocean, does it? Of course, we've got the signage for the Googles, just to let us know that, you know, it's all just a facade. This is just a product of Google. But yeah, this thing just keeps going all the way across the ocean and pretty much ends here. You can see it sort of fades off a bit here. Oh God, it's still going. Oh my gosh, so where are we now? Okay, yep, we're out there. This the tip of this big funny sweeping bit of land. Oh yep, there it is again. Oh, look at this, that's a nice join. Very natural. And look, this thing just keeps going. And of course, all this is blanked out, but look what we get under the ocean, everywhere. These things that look like domes or pyramids or something. They are everywhere. And this seam seems to be going everywhere. That, a nice big triangle. Okay, how far does this thing go? Still got it? Look at that. Okay, look at that. Nice mountain under the ocean. What we're told of volcanoes and atolls. So where are we now? Okay, so we're out in the Pacific. And again, there's questions about the Pacific. So where to go? Down here maybe? Oh God, I've lost it. Okay, oh, look at this bit. What's going on here? Someone's left some of the real picture in. Look at that. So this is part of this same, and it just suddenly expands here. And what do we get? I don't know. What is that? Just... that looks like... I don't know. That looks like land to me rather than a cloud just because of the edges. But I mean, I don't know. And it kind of looks like... oh gosh, no, that looks like land as... what is it? Doesn't quite look like cloud, does it? That kind of looks like cloud, but looks like an island. Oops, and then they covered up their mistake, and then we've still got the scene going. You know, all through this just completely blanked out area. Join right over this. Oh my gosh, maybe this goes the whole length. Oh, hang on, is this the end? Oh, look at that. They've started a new one. Look at this. So they couldn't even get their seams lined up. There's a few places where they do that. They sort of swap to a new one and they double them up and... look at that. Alright, I'm just going to try and follow this to the end. Okay, is that it? Okay, that's the end of this seam. This one, oh my god, it's still going. Like that. So this thing is still going. Look at that, and look at that. And we're currently out in the middle of the Pacific. And there's quite a bit going on out in the Pacific. And again, the Pacific, you know, no planes seem to fly over the Pacific. So what's going on out over the Pacific? Here we have another big seam. And this thing seems to maybe go the whole circumference of the Earth, which just, you know, begs the question, why is there a seam running around the Google Earths? Because, look, we've come from the North Pole, we're now down past New Zealand. Okay, here it widens up, they've left a bit in. Looks like just ocean. They've slotted in there. Wow, it's getting pretty... okay, it looks to have ended. There we go, so that's the end there. Let's just check. Alright, so we are now just off the Antarctic. Okay, so that scene went all the way through here, through this massive Pacific Ocean. They tell us it went up across here, sort of lost the line a bit, but yeah, through here, up across here, and ends basically at what they tell us is the North Pole. I mean, if we look at this picture, that's basically the North Pole. That's what they tell us is the North Pole. This is a nice, interesting feature as well. So, what is going on there? Now, we've had a look at what's in there, what's underneath, you know, what's the pictures beneath. Look at that. But if you look at this, is there more land? Is this why, are they hiding more land? Are they hiding more stuff? Because if you can imagine, this is a ball. So if this was not a ball, if this was flat, right? I'll go out a little bit. Whoops, God. So here's the line here. So you can imagine that if this spread out here, and so this continent was actually over here, and this was actually land that kept going, and what they've done is they've cut out a triangle here and wrapped it over. So you end up with this one seam, and it looks like, you know, it seems to be a ball. Is that what's going on here? Because, you know, some of these images are a little bit questionable as to what's going on. You know, are they literally where they've left a bit of, you know, just haven't joined the seam properly? What do you reckon? Because again, this, the ocean, the Pacific Ocean, nothing really seems to fly there. And this is the USA. And this is, no, sorry, this is Russia, and this is the USA. So this is Alaska. This is, you know, the Bering Strait. Now, again, if you look into flights, you know, from Russia to, you know, Alaska, or Russia to the USA, just sort of, you know, this kind of path, some of them tend to take a very long time. Much, you know, a much greater length of time than you would think it would take, you know, to fly from here to here. Some of them that I've seen are like 14 hours and more. And you can fly across Australia in 6 hours. So, you know, is that another clue that this is actually over here? So they've actually got to fly this way. Don't know. Yeah, it's just that something wrong. Just that seam is weird, but there just seems to be something wrong with the maps, especially when you look at the old maps. Of course, you know, you come up here and they just show this extra land. Of course, a lot of those show it, you know, in a circle and these continents around it. But you know, again, those maps are sort of from the 1500s, so it's the earlier maps, you know, from the early 1500s or 1400s. I guess it was really the 1600s where they started to sort of change and go more circly and globy. But before that, you know, all the maps seem to show just lots of land across the top, lots of land across the bottom. So yeah, what's going on? Now this is the Tully Air Base. Now the Tully Air Base is here in Greenland, and Greenland is of course not green. Now what's going on there? Did it used to be green? Is it still green? Because when you come in here and have a look, there's really not much definition. Can't see any mountains or anything. Oh, that's me scrolling right in. That's it. Just a complete whitewash. So this is it. They're telling us there's not much there. There is a base here somewhere. Can't really find it. But yeah, the Tully now, of course, Tully, right? Tully Air Base. That's a very interesting word. If you look into the Tully Society and, you know, the Tully symbol, that sun symbol is very interesting. Of course, there's the story of the smoky god, and when you look at the Tully sign, is that is that a representation of a different sun? You know, the smoky, because the smoky god is like a smoky sun that has a different kind of light. So the Tully Air Base, or the Pitufik Airport, is the United States Air Force's northernmost base, located 1,207 kilometers north of the Arctic Circle. it is 1,524 kilometers from the North Pole on the north coast of the island of Greenland. Tully Air Base is the US Armed Forces northernmost installation. Tully's Arctic environment includes icebergs in the North Star Bay. North Star, nice. A polar ice sheet and Wolstenholme Fjord, the only place on Earth where 4 active glaciers join together. And it comes down here. It's basically, it's the home of the 21st Space Wing's global network of sensors, providing missiles warning, space surveillance, and space control to North American Aerospace Defense Command, or NORAD, and the Air Force Space Command. Air Force Space Command. Okay, so, yeah, I did a video a couple of days ago, Is There More Land? And in that, there was a theory that there is more land, and that basically the reason that we see it said that, yeah, all the stars and systems we see are more pockets of land that just look like they're curving over us because we look at everything through a curved lens, the curved lens of telescopes and things. So space, what is space? Is that more space outside of this little place, our little snow globe? Because extraterrestrial, right, is extra land, people from more land. So it's very interesting that Tully, which of course is linked to the Nazi Party and NASA. They obviously, all the scientists became NASA, and the 1940s, all that kind of stuff, the Antarctic. And now they're also up at the Arctic with Space Command and the 21st Space Wing's global network. Right? Oh, what was that? Strength. The United States Space Force's ground-based missile warning operations and headquarters at Peterson Air Force Base, Colorado, controlled at Peterson Air Force Base. So they got all this space stuff. In 1818, Sir John Ross's expedition made first contact with nomadic Inguten in the area. The expedition aboard his HMAS North Star was marooned in North Star Bay. Well, there you go. What are the odds? And named landmarks, right? Robert Pearly built a support station by a protected harbour at the foot of the iconic Mount Dundas in 1892. And then, same old story. They just built it up. Of course, the Danish government. Oh, they were in there. A cluster of huts known as Tufik, the place the dogs are tied, stood on the wide plain where the base was built in 1951. A main base street named Futik Boulevard. The affected locals moved to Tully. However, in 1953, the USAF planned to construct an air defence site near that village, and in order to limit contact with soldiers, the Danish government relocated Old Tully with about 130 inhabitants to a newly constructed modern village 60 miles away, known as Quannack, or New Tully. Wow. Okay, so that's interesting, isn't it? They actually relocated a whole town that was called Tully, and they had to build this station on a specific place. Why is that? That's very interesting. Now, the Danish Supreme Court, November 28, 2003, the move was considered an expropriative intervention. During the proceedings, it was recognised by the Danish government that the movement was a serious interference and unlawful act of the local population. The Tully tribe was awarded damages of 500,000 kroner, and the individual members of the tribe who have been exposed to the transfer were granted compensation. A Danish radio station continued to operate at Dundas. So this is a local tribe. Now, who were these local people? That's probably something that needs to be looked into, because something else that comes up when you look into this topic is the island of Frisland. Now, Frisland is now a part of Holland or Denmark, and of course we have the Tully, and Tull, the Danish government, right? All the same kind of thing. So I'm going to get into Frisland later. That's a whole another story. But that is tied into this. So what I just really wanted to show you with this is, this is basically, it's called the Tully Air Base. It's built on a place that's called Tully. So the whole, Tully society. And it's tied to the Space Operations Squad, 50th Space Wing, Space Command, all this kind of stuff. So can you fly to Tully Air Base? Well, I did have a look, and this is what I got. I put in flights to Greenland, Tully. The designation, we've searched more than 400 airlines that we sell and couldn't find any flights from Sydney to Pitofik to Greenland. So no flights. Now, if you go back, everyone's advertising these flights. As you can see here, if you just type in, Tully Airbase flights, everyone says, oh yeah, we'll fly you there, cheap flights, flights. None of them exist. None of them exist, guys. So, this is SpaceNet, spacea.net, military space available travel. And they show a plane. Isn't that interesting? And a plane, right? That's an interesting word. Does a plane go across the plane? It's just plain English, right? So Tully, passenger terminal. Flights are from BWA, but Space A to Tully is restricted to those passengers that advance clearing from the 821 ABG before boarding any aircraft to Greenland. So there you go. You can't fly to Greenland at all unless you have this clearance. This is where it is. Tully Air Base, up here on the edge of Greenland. Right there. So what is this? This 821 ABG? Well, if you click on that, you come here. The DoD Foreign Clearance Guide. Stop. Read before proceeding. An aircraft and personal automated clearance system, APACS, account is required to access the DoD FCG if you're not on the non.mil/gov domain. Users can access the DoD, FCG and APACS websites by logging in with their APACS account credentials. And down here it basically just says this website is accessible, this website is accessible without login for MIL government network users and is for official US government use only. If you are on the MilGov network and see this login prompt, please contact your network administrator to ensure your computer is configured to allow the domain service reverse lookup. If you are a non-MilGov network, click Login for DoD access. Should I click it? Lights might go off. Oh, something's happening. So this is restricted. You can't fly to Greenland unless you have military clearance from the US government. Why is that? Oh, potential risk. What do you reckon? I do have... That's right, I've got my firewalls up. Alright, we got in APACS, Aircraft and Personal Automated Clearance System. Now obviously we're not going to get any further, but it just says website will be down for scheduled maintenance. Oh, there we go. Weekly scheduled outage. APAC's websites will be down for maintenance. So that we're getting 2nd of Wednesday. Okay, 2nd Wednesday reboot, Thursday 19th of November. So that's tomorrow. So basically that's just it. We can't access anything because we are not cleared by these APAC people, by the US military. So that's kind of what I wanted to show you guys is, you know, the top of the world, right? This is what they tell us. They can't show us it properly and we just have this huge seam. Right? Look at that. Just cut straight through the middle. Goes right through the ocean, the Pacific Ocean. And when you look at this, look at that. That's literally, you know, that's half of the globe Earth. You know, has it just been cut and pulled around as they pull the wool over our eyes? So there you go, guys. Leave me some comments. What do you think? Are they covering up more land? What are those images that we see down here in this seam? Do you think that that's, whoops, do you think that that's possibly more land? Ice? Clouds? What is it? Why is there a seam there? Why are they covering this stuff up? You know, what is going on? Why is why is all this blanked out? Why do we have dome-like structures everywhere under the ocean? Leave me a comment. Let me know what you think. Also, don't forget to give me a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and hit the bell, and you'll be notified of all my upcoming uploads. And of course, a big thank you to everyone who supports this channel in whichever way you can. And a big thanks to all my Patreon supporters, PayPal contributors, and everyone who buys merch from my store. And if you do want to contribute and help support this channel, you will find links below in the description. So there we go, guys. More land being hidden by the Google Earths. Let me know what you think. Thanks for spending some time with me. Have a fabulous day, and I'll talk to you all on the next upload. Bye for now. Hello and welcome. Campbell here from Autodidactic. Hope you're having an awesome day. Just a quick video here. I was actually watching a video by Error of My Ways, and she mentioned that it looked like Greenland was upside down when you compare it to the old maps of Hyperborea, as far as this pointy bit should be up here. So I was just having a bit of a look, and a couple of things. First of all, look how much ice there is in, obviously Greenland, right? It's not green. And this is just it's just a complete whiteout. There's no mountains or anything. That's just a whiteout. But on their globe Earth, this is supposed to be like a circle, right? Arctic Circle, which means everything should be as frozen as Greenland, right? I mean, look at Finland and Sweden. They should be covered in ice. And also look at Iceland. Look at the ice build up here. This is right next to it on the same parallel. And if you come into Reykjavik, where's Reykjavik? Can't put Reykjavik in a song, apparently. There it is. Reykjavik. Look, it's green. Green fields. There's no snow down here. No ice build up. And as you'll see, it's actually on the same, parallel. We've got Norway here, but look how much of Sweden and Finland is above. And again, all green, right, all this region. So there's something, this is clearly just a cover-up. They're just not showing us. Now, the other thing about Greenland is, if we can find it, is Tully, or Thule, which is related to the Vril Society. Now, in the old maps, it's actually on Iceland, but in the new maps, it's on Greenland. And I'm pretty sure I've seen it on Google Earth before, but
I can't see it. I think it's up this kind of region. But I mean, that's another interesting thing, right? Is Tully being on Greenland. Oh my God, look at this. Alert. What's this? And of course, when you zoom in on anything they show you in Greenland, it's just this, oh, changing color. It's just this weird landscape. I mean, it's completely, you know, fake, obviously, like overlay on overlay. So they're hiding something. So we don't know at all what's up here. It's just, you know, I mean, look at this stuff. It could be anything. Of course, you know, taken by satellites, right? But we just don't happen to have, or we're not allowed to see what's on the ground in Greenland. But basically, they show no civilization here at all. Just this is what you get, just bits of ice apparently in the water and fuzzy mountains. So Greenland, is it upside down? And why is it all whited out, right? And clearly, you know, these other areas don't have the same amount of snow. Now, the other thing I wanted to point out is I saw when I was just on this view. Now, in the old maps, obviously, there's a landmass here called Hyperborea, or 4 land masses. And it's supposed to be inhabited by different beings and, you know, the world tree, all this kind of stuff. And Error of My Ways, I was just watching her, showed Greenland and said it might be upside down. She talks a lot about dark elves. And I'm just looking here and I see this face, right? That looks like a dark elf. Can you see that? You've got eye, nose, chin, ear. And I found that very interesting that, you know, because we know this is all fake, right? Can you see that? Is that their little message of who's actually up there at the North Pole? So there you go. Ear, eye, nose, chin. What do you think? Dark elf, maybe? Bit of a hint hidden in plain sight. And because all this area, right, the North Pole has disappeared. There's no land there anymore. Apparently, well, I thought there used to be when I was young. I thought that's what I was taught. But now it's all gone. Or is it? What's going on with Greenland? So there you go, guys. Just a short video. Hope you enjoyed that one. Don't forget to give me a like, a comment, subscribe if you haven't already, and most importantly of all, stay awesome, and I'll talk to you all on the next upload. Bye for now.